Hello everybody, welcome! It is I, Broseph the Space Crusader VTuber guy on Twitch and YouTube, and welcome! Welcome to the stream, how are you guys doing? Today is more Recettear and Item Shop's Tale. Let's see how far I can get without going bankrupt. I see we got Slashmark and Kumo in chat, how are you two doing? We got Luke in chat. I remember the store being in a tough spot since last time. Well, I managed to bail us out of that tough spot. We made it to past the next, we're about a week out from the 29th of, what month and what year is this? Adjusting this. But we've got $200,000 to do. So, money. But yes, hello Kuma, welcome. I think, so last time, I tried to do the new Flora and the Adventurers Guild thing. You are underpowered and lower level, and you kept dying on me. Let's see if we can. You know what? Let's price the oranges are cheap. Walnut. Let's get you loaded with food, and then we go. Donka, it's my goat. I am glad to know that I am your goat. Your worry is that you don't have enough time to level up the new characters and not enough value from the old dungeon. Well, we have new dungeon. And this guy is as leveled up as we can get him right now. So we'll just make this work. Perhaps I poorly managed this. That is not out of the question. But we'll manage somehow. Ooh, shell necklace. Interesting. Slime fluid. You didn't crush the knight? You didn't crush the dark nut? Water crystal. Ooh, water crystals. Maybe boss run farming gives good money? Perhaps, but I haven't been able to beat the boss rush. We shall have to see, though. We don't get money directly from the thing, though. It's entirely from sales. Can you get... No. And even if I could, that sounds like the least fun way to make money in any game ever. Bombs. Bombs. Ow. No, he's not okay. All you need to know is I prefer your hamburgers with cheese. Hamburgers with cheese is good. Cheeseburgers are perhaps the preferred way to have such a sandwich. Oh, well, I can. Spin attack. Come on, buddy. Encircle me, so that I may spin attack. There we go. So yeah, I hope the boss of this was big bat thing. Ow, stupid bee. Hopefully I can defeat Big Bat without consuming too much. Oh. Ouch. That hurts. Without using all my food or anything. Come on, bro. Ever played Luigi's Poker Run? No. Never played Mario 64 3D on the Nintendo 3DS, which there was Super Mario 64. It was Super Mario 64 DS. There was never a Mario 64 for 3DS. You may have played it on 3DS, but it was Mario 64 DS. And no, never have. There are some games of chance that are more fun than others, and I do think like poker and like blackjack are the more fun forms a game of random chance can take. I will admit that. But also, I generally just dislike gambling regardless. Like, the game can be fun, but the losing money... Ouch. So I can't kill the bombs after they bomb? Let's use... walnut and orange. There we go. You played more Luigi Poker than the actual game? I mean, it's easier to pick up and play and put down. It's like they put those mini games on the DS for a reason. Because the DS is perfect for, like, short bursts of gaming. You know? Next floor. Well, there's the next layer. I could just speedrun this. More anti-venom. I really need to get enough of the stuff to, like, start crafting things. Played knockoff blackjack in Stardew Valley, but then I realized you couldn't withdraw the money. You got the rare crow. The rare crow. I'm not familiar with that achievement. The most I have played of Stardew Valley was, frankly, last week when I played just a mini game. And we got a wooden chest piece. Rare crow is a special spare crow. They're collectibles. Spare crow. This is definitely some variety of scarecrow. I do not know what goes on in Stardew Valley. Ouch. There we go. There's 8 rare clothes to correct. There's scarecrow. That makes sense. 8 different ones, huh? Regardless, I don't like playing for money in general because losing money is stupid. Making other people lose money is stupid. There we go. Grapes. Nice. Ow. Why did you just explode that time? Alright, let me eat an orang. Rearrange so that they're all kind of together. Bop. Ouch. He's got a shield kind of that acts kind of like Link's does. I've noticed. Oh, wait a minute. Knocking guys off into the water works? Interesting. That's why you shoot nails at the roulette table so the balls go into the black hole. Aha. That's totally something they allow. That's permitted in that game. Ding dong, ding dong. Defense power's doubled. Like that. That's purely a good thing. What is it with coming across those, the exits so soon? There you go. You just dropped chestnuts. A raincoat. Ow, stop it. And that doesn't drop anything. So some things don't fall off. So after a bunch of guys came in to steal the dead body you were collecting. I see. That sounds like an adventure, Kumo. A very, very real adventure you've had. Red oil. No rope or bombs, but red oil. Level up! Okay. This is good. Ow. I'm not gonna use any of my MP for the next floor because I want to blade beam the boss. Ooh, wooden helm, nice. I see, it was a Bizarre Adventures. Doko's Bizarre Adventure. I can't carry anymore. Item. Rearrange. We'll throw away the slime fluid. Whatever. Yay, a muffler. Come on. Come on. Come here. Hey, what did you miss? Not much. I'm just, yeah, like Kumo said, I am in deep debt. Why did the bomb drop bread? I have bomb bread. Interesting. I'm just exploring a dungeon to get stuff from the inside that I may sell them to pay off my debts. Ow. Slice, 2, 3. There we go. And G in chat for slime fluid. G standing for It could be valuable if I can get the right things to cook with it to craft something. Why are you so much debt anyway? It was inherited from my dad who ran away because he wanted to be an adventurer or something. My dad wanted to be the very best, like no one ever was, and so he ran away. But then he hasn't returned yet, mysteriously. He might be dead. Sounds like the plot of Pikmin 2. Yes, but with less cute vegetable creatures and more 10-year-old girls being accompanied into hazardous dungeons by people. Honestly, climbing out of debt is just kind of a solid premise for a game, really. Especially one that, like, involves resource management and collecting things. Like, there's surprisingly quite a few games that revolve around settling debt. Like, that's also straight up. I can't carry anymore. Items, let's ditch some slime. Do we have no more slime to ditch? Oh, let's eat the bread. Ooh, stocking cap. We got a stocking cap. Nice. Okay, there's the exit. Okay. Can you guys blow up, please? Thank you. And then anything up here? Another chest? No. In which case, let's go fight the boss. Let's see if I can defeat Ibat King. Yeah. Ow, ow. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hold on. I'm gonna eat Some bread. Some bread. Some bread. Ouch. Items. Eat some grapes. And then eat some bread. Ouch. Items. Eat the cherry. Oh. Dang it. Why are there so many little bats? Do not. Dang it. Shh. Yeah, that is the case, isn't it? I've been... I'm not gonna take just one thing. We're gonna reload and try again. We're gonna reload that and try that again. We're just going to try that again. So many little bats. Is it? I don't think that has been. Movement speed increased for everybody. Speed run. Ouch. Maybe. Ouch. Okay, got a long sword. Flat cap, like that. Ow. That hurt. I'm going to beat this layer of the dungeon if it kills me. Which, beating this layer of dungeon, by definition, wouldn't kill me, but, like... It would mean, in fact, I didn't get killed, was the thing. Why'd you keep trying to kill the bombs? I guess they don't drop anything. Sometimes I want to, like, kick them into the next room so that they hit somebody, is the other thing, though. Like... I know I picked up gunpowder from something one time. I just don't know what it was, and I thought it was one of them. And I'm like, wait a minute, how do I get gunpowder? Apple? Okay. Wouldn't it be funny if one of the bombs exploded by the bomb? Ow. Okay, items. Use the bread, use the bread, use the bread. It's because instinctive male need to hit something with sword. Ooh, honey. Hello. Wait, gunpowder? How did I get gunpowder? What are the conditions under which I get gunpowder? Because I have red oil. That's essentially the closest to bombs we've gotten. So I can have red oil, I can have oil and bombs. I just don't know where the rope is. Well. Shakespeare's in chat. If you at least hear things about Ocarina of Time, because look at every other bat individually got really old really quickly. I can understand that, I suppose. Also, hello, Gruck. Welcome. I'm glad to hear that you are alive. People being alive is generally a good thing. A muffler is almost a rope. To sell red oil, gunpowder, and mufflers. Like, it's close if you really squint. You like being not deceased? That is actually really good, Gruck. That means you are mentally healthy for the most part. There are ways in which you aren't mentally unhealthy, I should guess. I should say at least. Okay, nothing here. I agree. Being alive is neat. Ow. 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 There we go. I'm going to beat this. Now, I wonder if I could time it so that I can level up when I'm in the boss fight against the eyeball bat, so that I can replenish my MP bar. Where's the exit? I mean, I messed up on the Discord I messed up your Discord profile, so you got the screenshot loose somewhere, but I'm okay where it counts. I mean, yeah. Everyone's got their little quirks, I guess, but like, being okay with being alive is really cool. And a good sign. Ouchie. Chances of you making it to the egg is low, yet we are all the MVPs, so our parents... Oh, yes, exactly. Getting here in the first place is such a, like, improbable task that it's crazy that any of us are exactly the way that we are. Call it sane. Rhymes with Gruck. You're still on that? You're still on the Crudes, memes? Also, more gunpowder. Is this just luckier with the drops? Why don't the rocks hit you? Ooh, apple. Clarify, you do really like Ocarina, but also respect it more than I enjoy it. You know what? That is understandable. Okay, I am on the cusp of leveling up. Let's find the way to the next level. So that I can beat some of the bats. Items. Rearrange. If I can level up mid-fight. There we go! Oh, shoot, missed one. shoot. Oh my gosh! Okay, finally! Oh, we did it! Okay! Oh, my goodness. Okay, let's get out of here, I guess. Did it really not drop anything? Did it not drop anything? Okay. Oh, the pub's blinking. Seemed to work. Kinda did. Okay. Into a cups again, I see. Oh, hi! Hey, silly fairy, you can't stick a person in a cup? Maybe I could stuff you into one, though. You want some of this? I believe I shall pass. Of your loss, then. You stick in the mud. Maybe Recettear will want some. That's. Stop clinging to her for heaven's sake. I swear, a professional Burke. You cannot hold your liquor at all. What? You again? I told you no means no. What? Hold on. What is this? Oh, hello. Hello, big guy. Staff brutality. Come on. Can't a guy get a break? Cut me just a little slack here. No, not just no, but hell no. You have any idea how long your tab already is? You'll drink me out of business at this rate. Son of a... All right, I can take a hint. I'll call it for the day. Goodness, quite an argument. Him so happens all the time. That guy keeps putting stuff on his tab and doesn't pay up. Thank you. So he keeps getting chased out. I think he even has Louis beat for when it comes to being poor. Well, hey, don't worry about him too much. Humph. Unwise use of money is the human trait, which I find the most perplexing by far. Unwise use... Well, you say anyway. Come on, Recettear. Your basis was to introduce you to a man named Jack. Oh, absolutely not. She shall not have any Jack Daniels in my presence. While your statement is probable from a statistical point of view, ultimately you are incorrect. Your deepest apologies. Louis poor but not in debts. I assume... No, assume in a sense he's more wealthy than Recettear. You know what? That makes sense. The plaza this evening feels kind of lonely. It makes me think it's really time to go home now. You really think it has that effect? I do not feel... It does! Oh, the smell of the evening pies makes it even lonelier. Well, as a fairy, I cannot pretend to understand how a smell can make you lonely. But our dinner tonight is going to be salted porridge, and will certainly not be pie. Ah, man, now I really feel lonely for some reason. Let's see. Mark. Something tells me that... Oh, can I fuse anything? Oh! More required. I don't have a crafter's knife. Oh, I already sold the fins, huh? Possessed. No gloves. And some unknown part. Can I not craft anything? I had a muffler. You know what? Buy a muffler for like 35 bucks. Now we'll go to the Merchant's Guild. Fuse. Rank 1 hat. I bought a muffler. Oh, it's an old muffler. Okay. I have fur balls. I am best girl since when? Necklace. Okay. I guess we go back to town. The sword prices are up. Let's put our sword and dagger out for sale. Let's get the scale and the golden statue and the thankful statue there. Back scratcher. Red oil. Honey. Candy apple. Let's put the rusty dagger there. That should be enough for one. Oh, hold on. Let's save here. Open the store. Da-da-da-da. The real best girl were the friends we made along the way. Hi there, what can I get you? You finally found it. You didn't expect to find it here. You didn't expect to find that? Low price. Okay, that's a... I shouldn't have had that out because it's a low price item. That sucks. Oh, hello, Miss Robot. You want... Oh, this. Target baked yam. I don't have a baked yam. Answer's unacceptable. Okay, thank you. I got a yam. Bloody was such a... this. Oh. The honey was cheap, huh? 69 is nice? Okay, neat. I gotta remember to watch out for the blue ones. Hello, sir, what do you want? You want to sell me a watermelon? How's 30% sound? Thank you for the watermelon. I'll stock up on fruit until they're back on... Hello, what do you want? Piece of armor, you say? That was last run I had. So this is armor, technically. That's a good one. Let's go 100... 30% of the base price. Alright, let's go 125. How about that? It's bad for business right now, but food is being cheap is a good thing. Yes? Yes, in general. Are you interested in buying this? I can buy that. A great deal, thank you. Beetle Queen? Oh, hello! You want that? I actually do have one. Nice! Hello, what do you want? You want a necklace, eh? How about that? How about that? How about that? Thank you. Alright, I should not have put the, stuff in the window that was cheap. I should not put blue things in the window. In with pensioners. Yeah, all the food is cheap. So I'm not going to be putting food on the tables. Thankful statues of the powerful anti-venom is usually alright. I'm gonna take this candy apple off the shelf. Okay. Let me explore out here. Are there any, like, events? Doesn't look like there's any events. So let's go back to the shop and just kind of open shop. Favorite Mario game? I've never played Wonder. I'm curious to play Wonder. Want some food, you say? You might actually be able to afford some of this food for one's child. I have a chocolate bar for 200 bucks. The Bubba Buzz from Mario Wonder's theme music. Oh, you're looking for one of those, you say? How does 275 sound? That's too much? Okay, let's go. 250, shall we say 5? Nice. That was a good one. Oh, my sound effects. Just the ones that I do when I'm processing things. Hello, welcome. Sell you some food, sir. The food is all cheap and I do not want to sell it, but you know what? Have some chocolate, pal. How much? Let's go. Thank you. Rosie Rupee Land flashbacks? A little bit, I suppose. Which, at some point, I do want to play Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. A treasure, you say? Well, my friend, I have these golden scales that you sold me. That would be really helpful if you bought them. Bit much, isn't it? I mean, sure, we could go down to 125 ish. How about that? Nice. Okay, that was a good one. Favorite Mario game was Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. If you're going by the definition that Mario is in a framed picture on the wall, you can force it to count under very, 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 very loose parameters. News: the price of accessories has increased. Okay. Oh! Food stabilized. Let's go. Yams. Let's go. Candy apple. And there we go. Just a full day of commerce. Just a full day of commerce. Welcome to Oh, great.
Oi!
Good day. You seem to be lounging about as usual. Well, that's not true. I'm really very, very busy. Even if I do have my feet up on the counter. Right. Putting that aside for a moment, I assume you've heard about the recent issues concerning the trade of items deemed by the chapel masters as to be magical. Typical. I have heard about that. The chapel masters have been seizing items they claim have a corrupting influence on man's immortal soul, I believe the claim was. Yeah, spot on. Just as I'd suspect from you, Madam Fairy. Hey! Anyway, all sanctimonious nonsense. Interestingly, though, the items that the chapel gathers for destruction, a lot of them are turning up in the dungeons, and I mean a lot. What? Why? Caillou, yep. Cartoon character that's a massive brat? Yes, only here he's wearing a wig. It's a very good question. Dungeons have always been packed with mysteries, however, so it may not be worth thinking about it too hard. It does, however, present the opportunity, which leads me to a guild card. Oh, you want us to give the items back to the chapel masters? How can you be so dense and still be capable of breathing? Dense? I want to make sure that these items return to general circulation. The chapel masters are standing astride curiosity and knowledge, and I won't have it. If you help me, I can recover some items to sell, while I lay my hands on other things for study. The chapel masters won't try to seize property from a secular shop, so you have nothing to worry about. Of course. The Merchants Guild has jurisdiction over the behavior of the city's merchants, and the guild master would never cede authority to anyone, so they can't touch us. We can sell banned goods that the church doesn't like. Aren't city politics wonderfully headache-inducing? Regardless, Madam Fairy, you provide the material support. I provide the quite literal firepower. We go into a dungeon together and get what we need. Agreed? Well, we'll pay the adventurer fee for sure, but you'll have to buy what we find here in the shop, just like everyone else. Aw, man, you gotta be... Well, yes, that is acceptable. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action. I expect a lot, Mr. Magician. You hardly need to worry on that front, Miss Counter Jockey. Just make sure that you can identify everything we find, all right? You bet! Gruck! That's in poor taste, I think. All of them are looking downwards. Wonder what that would look like in real life. Just a bunch of people who don't like making eye contact. Gruck, I would appreciate backing off from that, if you don't mind. But he did recently get a new render, actually, with a new model. So who knows? Welcome, do you need anything? Right then, please get this Sortus. Oh, wait. Are food items not? I thought they weren't blue anymore. I thought they weren't blue anymore. Do you have a hat? Little kid, we have a hat today. How would you like a hat? Let's go, like, I don't know, 115%. Kiddo, this is a place of business where you exchange money for goods and services. I have a good. I have a good and a service I am willing to give, child. What you require is money. If you would wish to receive my goods and or services. Ah, dang it. Hello, child. You want that. Hello, welcome. You want... You just want to give me an apple. You know what? Sure. Have it for 60 bucks. Hello, child. You want some food? You're here for an errand. Maybe you can actually afford an apple. I made 40 bucks on that apple. Let's go. Hello! You want to sell me your chocolate, Bezos Jr.? Thanks for the chocolate for really cheap, Bezos Jr. Hello, what do you want? How much for that? Apparently a lot less than I thought. Why are they suddenly... Well, let's put our summer sandals out. Oh, there's the sign. Okay, I missed the sign on that. Well, there's no... Oh, watermelon's still out. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Let's put the anti-venom out. I smell profit! Hondo Onaka from Star Wars. Yes, this venture is no longer profitable! Silly Jedi. Welcome! Looking for something special? Oh, you found it! Which one is that from? That is from Stairware the Clone Wars. Thank you, Gruck. He is a character from the Clone Wars who also appears in Rebels, I believe. Which, you know what? If Hondo got his own live-action show, like, I'd be down to watch more Hondo stuff. If we got Hondo in a spin-off show, that'd be fun. Hello, Miss Bezos. I am proud you came into the shop. How about... Thank you, Jeff Bezos, for paying a lot of money for my sandals. Hello, old man. What do you want? Investing more time into his Star Wars impressions than another girl voice? I would rather not do... I don't have a voice for good girl voices is the thing. My range doesn't really lend itself to much. Hondo was the GOAT for real. He even captured Dooku once. Yes, he did. He captured Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan all at once. And then they had to work together to break out. If you remember when I was playing through Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars earlier on this channel, there was a whole level where I was fighting the space pirates. Okay, you want that. Thank you. Okay, you got some anti-venom. Hello, old man. You want... Oh, buy this. I will take that cherry off your hands if you don't mind. Let's do it for about, 25%. I was only there for the first mission, then you vanished. Oh, sure. But it was like one of the early missions, I think, down the Dooku route. Do you have a hat? Child, I do indeed have a hat. Are you willing to actually pay real money for goods and services? because here's a good. Child. Exchanging money for goods and services. Child, do you not understand the concept of capitalism? Favorite Hondo episode when he gets fooled by the Padawans? I think Hondo episodes are just fun. Oh, hello. It's not much to look at. Madam, that is a bowl of cooked beef. I'm tempted to just eat that, frankly. How's this sound? A little bit more? Alright, let's go up to 43. That would be fine. Nice. You kept giving in to the urge to scroll TikTok. I see. So that's when you, that's why you didn't notice it. There's something... How old is that baked yam, woman? This is something my grandfather used with love before he passed. What do you mean by that, ma'am? It is a baked yam. What has your grandfather been doing to baked yams? And why are you selling it to a child? When did he die? How recently did he die? Used to do this before he died. Could have been like 2 days ago, maybe. Like, so maybe this is a 2-day-old baked jam. That's more reasonable, but like, ma'am, what was... Your grandfather had fond memories of something or other with this baked yam. What? Madam, I'm gonna buy it off your hands, but this might be the single strangest interaction I've had in this game. Baked yam is good stuff. I'm not gonna, like, that's good stuff. It's delicious. I love me a good yam. I think it's time to move on, though. I've been holding on to this baked yam my grandfather used to cherish. This baked yam. My grandfather cherished it for many years, for my entire childhood. This is an ancient-ass baked yam. I'll pay, let's see, 600. 600 bucks for your family heirloom, which is a baked tuberous root. It's actually fresh. He died earlier today. I'm just making it sure. God. He just enjoyed making it. Surely that's all this is. Ooh. Better defense. I'll give you a flat cap. You look slick in a flat cap. Yeah, she'd look cool in a flat cap. She would rock a flat cap. It's time to let go of this. 2 hours later. Right. The pub's open. Let's go see if the guy's tapped. Oh, Charm! Hello! Oh, hello, Recettear. Oh, Tears here, too. Well, you have my deepest apologies for my continued existence. I can't take Recettear home with me if you're here. Tear, take the child as far from here as you can. Go! Leave! Do not come back, do not look back, never interact with this woman again, ban her from the store. What do you mean? I can not let you do anything of the sort. I'm kidding. Yeah, I guess you're serious. Charm is drunk, they forgot. How I find your humor hard to take such. Especially when you are that forward about it. That's it? That's all that was. Okay, interesting. Ooh. Price is up on that. price is up on that. Officer, it's this one. Ugh. My goodness. Okay. Today was a weird day in Recettear. The price of long swords has increased. The price of sweets has normalized. Your fortune for today, uncertain. I will take uncertain fortunes. I'm going to go... Oh, it's closed. Hi, Chapel. This place is dull as a rock today. Oh, Caillou, hello! What the? You again. They aren't giving out candy today, you know. Oh, come on, I'm totally too old to come in here for fishing for candy, which kind of makes me sad, but that's not the point. Oh, that reminds me. Today, Knurp is in the market. I was handing out these signature mud pies to the store makes to anyone that wants one. Heaven, those are great. Huh? Why didn't you come get me then? I wanted one too. You're about as predictable as a mud pie too. Okay. Town Square. Who's here? Where is she? There she is, that Miss Recettear! I haven't sold anything to you. Why are we friends? So, I wanted to thank you, Miss Recettear. Thank me for what? You helped me with my doll and found my helping, remember? Oh, no, thanks. Not necessary, right, dear? You seem rather pleased with yourself regardless. Is it showing? Okay, but I was gonna start. Don't move, okay? Start? Start, huh? I'm gonna draw a portrait of you, of course. Don't move. Yay, I can't wait. Okay, standing still. Baldy over about to get his wig snatched. Can I move yet? Not yet. Give me some few more minutes. It's gonna be a cruddy drawing, isn't it? It'll be a charming, but kind of cruddy. Okay, you're not gonna move yet. Just a little bit more. And done. Whew. Being a model is hard. My legs feel like tent poles. So let's see it. Come on. Here you go. Do we get to see it? This is me? I don't think my nose, where am I in this picture? Oh, you're right, Miss Fairy. But, is that not a dragonfly? You're really good. I really like this, thank you. Thanks, Miss Recettear, bye-bye. Do I really look that much like a dragonfly? Okay. Also Merchants Guild. Good day. Oh, you too. What great... Your time was great. Really? I have a little problem I need your help with. We automatically refuse to place horse heads in anyone's bed. Tyr, what has been propositioned to you before? What is going on? No, nothing like that, really. Rob didn't even get to see the drawing. Yeah. Actually, I have a package that needs to be delivered to the orphanage near Town Square. You've seen it, right? I'm a bit busy right now, so... Oh yeah, we sure can do that. Thanks, girls. This helps me out a lot. Alright then, package acquired. Charge forth! Indeed, not a bad idea. The Merchants Guild has been generous to us in the past, so getting them into our pockets now will help us a little down the road. Into your... Now, wait a minute, For the orphans, let's go! Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone enjoys the package. Delivery successful! Forward to yayness! Well, I'm glad we're both able to get that done with quickly. I'll say everyone seemed to like the package. Although, what do you think they'll do with, I mean, just the... Honestly, I'd rather not think about it. Blasted Guildmaster, I think I would have preferred the horse head. Well, either way, we pulled it off. Back to the shop? Indeed. Wait. What's up? It may be nothing but over there, however, is not... Oh? That's the man with the huge bar bill, isn't it? Yes. Why on earth is he hiding behind a wall? Hey! Yeah, that is pretty suspicious. Forward to the investigation! And Yanus later. Wait, Recette? Are we about to get your card, buddy? Hold it, you there! Cease whatever vaguely sneaky thing you're doing at once. Oh ho! Ho ho! This is an orphanage! What are you doing here, peering at it like that? Is this entire town just populated with the worst kind of creeps?
What in? Mind telling me who you are, little miss?
My name is Recettear, and I run the item shop Recettear on the hill. I was on my way home from delivering a package when I saw you being all sneaky.
Oh, you're the one who runs that? Huh. Pretty impressive at your age. We seem to have gotten off to a bad start. Name's Elon.
We have Bezos' daughter, and we now have Elon. Hello, Elon. How many other millionaires are going to be in this game?
In the strictest sense, I guess you could call me an adventurer.
How adventurous are you getting there, Mr. Musk?
I kind of owe something to this orphanage, so I stop by a lot.
Why all the sneakification and peering, then?
I wasn't peering, really. It was more gazing at, I guess, with guilt.
What do you?
Times have been a little hard recently, but you know how it can be. I can't afford to buy the kids who live there treats anymore. So I think to myself, it'd just be better if I didn't show up at all. But, still.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry I was angry at you. You only show up to the orphanage and offer children candy. That makes it all better. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, it's Elon. Come in. Elon, come here.
Oh, hell's bells, now they've seen me. Gotta let them down and go in empty-handed, I guess.
It'll be okay.
Huh?
Look at that. The kids appreciate you, not the gifts. It's kind of weird for a merchant to say, but you don't need gifts, I guess. But if you want to stop by my shop and buy some chocolate, you can do that. But it's true, really. Go on, they're waiting.
Little miss.
Elon, come play with us. I'm going to be the guard, okay? And you're the thief. Your fans will wait, Mr. Elon. Good luck. Oh, maybe you should go easy on the alcohol, too. For their sake. Because, like, getting drunk and hanging around an orphanage is a really bad look.
Haha, man, she sure told me. Recettear of Recettear, huh? Was my imagination, or was that fairy giving me a hell of an evil eye just now?
Actually, visiting an orphanage is kind of sweet. Oh, yes, I agree. It's just... oh, that's closed. And there's really... Alright, let's go to the shop. Let's set up the expensive things in the window. The popular charm. Shell necklace. Tree seed necklace.
何を買おうかな。どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。
A long sword.
何でしょうか。
Oh, come here.
何を買おうかな。
Long sword.
何がいいかな。何を買おうかな。
Let's see. Yam.
どれにしようかな。
I have an heirloom yam. Actually, let's do the beef.
何を買おうかな。
And the watermelon instead. I call it taking your mind out of the gutter. Wanna guess what it rhymes with?
どうしようかな。
I think I have some idea. Let's open the store and hope Mr. Musk shows up to... Oh! Hello there, Recette. Still managing the store, as always, I see. Hi, Alouette. You look like you're in a good mood. I am. Daddy and I are going on an excursion to the East Foyer Gras to eat foie gras a bit. What's foie gras? That sounds kind of mean. What? You don't know what foie gras is? Poverty is a curse. Ah, dear, help me out. Very well. Foie gras is a food made from goose liver and is generally considered to be a high-class dish, due in part to what is involved in creating it. By overfeeding the geese, excess fat accumulates in the liver, significantly changing the taste. The process is lengthy naturally, as the dish is typically sautéed then eaten. Okay, but is it yummy though? Naturally, it's a delicacy of the upper crust, after all. It utterly lacks any texture. It's strangely meaty and oily. And it's truly the ultimate in rare tastes. But it's yummy, right? Of course it is, silly plebeian. Okay, neat.
いらっしゃいませ。
Hello, child. You want some food? Child, you haven't been able to afford the cheapest thing I have. Will you want to buy candy?
なんかどうでしょう。いいよ。いくらにしようかな。
Finally! Thank you for exchanging your money for goods and services, child. My goodness. Hello, robot lady. I have come for the previously requested weapons. All right, you did want 2 weapons, didn't you? Well, all set.
なんかどうでしょう。そう。いくらにしようかな。
100% of base price. I forgot I had an outstanding order with you. I should check my outstanding orders to make sure. Yay, I sold weapons! I'm a weapons dealer! Let's go! Oh, those were overpriced. Oh, hold on. I could have charged way more for just the weapons. I need to. So this thing here got donated to me by a rich old man. What is it with old men and yams? I do not understand this. Oh. Problem is, he kind of wants it back. How much are you willing to take it for?
参ったな。
Oh, nope.
いらっしゃいませ。
What's with the boomers and their cherished jams? I don't know, Gruck. The boomers might know something we don't.
いくらにしようかな。
What is it about yams that has the boomers, like that? Hello, buddy. Oh, you want
し
this?
ようかな。
納得しないぜ。
いくらにしようかな。
まあ
Call it a conspiracy theory?
売れたよ。
I should have sold this weapon cash. Want some food? Child, you always come in here asking for food. How about this?
どうでしょう。いいよ。いく
How
らに
much?
しようかな。
$1,000.
いくらにしようかな。
Kiddo, I don't know what to tell you.
いらっしゃいませ。
What do you want? To sell this, you say? You don't know what math is.
いくらにしようかな。
Oh, okay, never mind. You do know what math is.
こんにちは。
Hello! 2 treasures, you say, in 3 days. I will get you 2 treasures in 3 days, buddy.
いらっしゃいませ。
Hello, what do you want?
いくらにしようかな。
Okay, 250. Let's see if I can get rid of it for...
はーら。いくらにしようかな。そうですわね。
There we go. More yam. You got yam spam in the chat. Next time an old man comes up in relation to yams, we're gonna go. I'm gonna call for yam spam in the chat, where you guys just spam yam emojis.
何がいいかね。どれにしようかな。どれにしようかな。
So I have the 2 treasures. Do a backflip. Da da da. Boop. 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 There you go, Block Sky. There you go, Block. How was that? The yam emoji is a great emoji. I don't know if it has any like ulterior meanings, and you wasn't expecting me to do that. I exceeded your expectations then.
セーブします。
Also, Tier, do we have any other outstanding orders? Old man, 3 days, 2 treasures. Cool.
行ってきます。
Pub, hello. Get rotating. Hey, coming to the pub reminds me there's a girl here who's been handing out advice to people lately. Advice? Well, that would not be very surprising for a fortune teller or such, but here in the pub, apparently she can clear up any problem you have in seconds. I wonder who it is. I wish that guy was why this happens lately.
Excuse me, you're... Yeah, you have to be. Will you hear me out?
入ったな。
Hear you out on what? Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
My wife terrifies me so much at this point that I can't even look at alcohol without feeling guilty. Help.
Women are easy to handle. I should know, right? That means you are a woman, right? You're saying that's what you mean. Just do little things to keep her happy. That'll solve your problems.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'll try that out. Thanks.
Maybe communication. Been a lot of people there lately, like that lately. Wonder why. Huh.
Also, Bronto broccoli? Or is it a Brachiosaurus?
Ooh, I could upgrade the... Let's head back to town. What can I do?
どうしようかな。
Change
何がいい
carpet.
かな。何がいいかな。
Change walls.
何がいいかな。
I can change the carpet. I see. Also, what's my merchant level? I can move counters at level 10, huh?
どうしようかな。
Let's open the store.
開店するよ。
Yam, the flip, money.
よう元気か
Yo, you doing okay, Recette? Oh, Eli, welcome. You finally came. Well, I can't afford anything expensive, but I thought I'd drop by. That's fine. Looking is free. You're right, Recette. Huh. Oh, I guess you two haven't met. This is Tyr. She's my business partner here at the store. Tyr, this is Elon, an adventurer. For the record, we do not accept payments on tab.
まあいったな
Notice me at the pub, I guess, eh?
Elon Musk! you ain't wrong, Kumo. You ain't wrong.
Don't worry, I'll pay straight when I'm here.
Then there will not be any problems. Welcome to Recettear. I have an idea. Pay to enter with a membership like Sam's Club. We are not going to do a door charge on a 10-year-old child's item shop. Not until, like, memberships. Maybe, wouldn't it be fun if we could be like, start saying, hey, sign up for our membership. You'll get points back with every purchase. Don't you want to join the Recettear online club so you can get your points back and then your sale, like, paper...
こんにちは。
Looking for something? You need 2 foodstuffs. You return in 3 days.
ありがとう。
2 foodstuffs. I can give you 2 yams. How about that? I'll save you 2 yams. Hello, welcome to Recettear. Could you purchase this? I'm gonna save one of them for the foodstuffs man.
Alright then, that's a fair deal.
売れたよ。いらっしゃいませ。
Hello, ma'am. You want the yam too? I guess I will. Can't back down? Less, please. That's just fine. Thank you.
売れたよ。
Yay, I sold those ancient, crusty old baked yams from those old men. At least you'd be guaranteed. Yeah. This is something my grandmother treasured. But, well. No, we're not gambling. We're engaging in commerce. Hello, Cormac. Matt, your grandmother's treasured possession. Walnut bread. Your grandma treasured this loaf of bread. How long did she treasure it for? For 2 hours before she keeled over and died? Or for her entire life, and this is just a brick of dry, inedible walnut bread?
いくらにしようかな。
$30 bucks.
いくらにしようかな。
$45 bucks.
ありがとうございました。
Walnut bread.
買い
It's so stupid. I love it. It is pretty delightful how stupid it is. This game doesn't take itself too seriously, fortunately. Oh, welcome! You can just ask. Oh, this is sold here. Well, because it's a high price. Yeah, let's go!
売れたよ。いらっしゃいませ。
Hi, welcome!
いくらにしようかな。
Candy apple.
わかった？
That'll do it. Nice, thank you. Careful, there may be mold and 20 unnamed diseases. Maybe that's why. I'll sell it to somebody who wants to look at it for science.
こんにちは。
Hello, ma'am. So this, do you think I could turn it in for a bit of coin?
しようかな。
At least you're being straightforward about this. None of this grandmother's heirloom garbage.
ありがとうございました。
Offer to buy her wig for $5. Whose wig? A Caillou's? My grandmother's most treasured possession, walnut bread. Let's see, that'll be 10. I'll sell it to a 10-year-old for 100 yen. Yes, quite.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome, you need anything? Worn sword, your attack's gonna go up. It's expensive. Oh, the steel sword. You know what? 220.
まあそのくらいか。
Boom. I got profit off it, mad profit, but also he's more powerful now. Let's go. Love that. You never find one of those, a beef bowl? Well then, it's your lucky day. I just so happen to have a beef bowl.
いくら
That much? You know what? You're right. I should. Yeah. Why do you need to upgrade your attack? Because when I go into dungeons and fight monsters so that I can harvest their things that they drop to sell in my shop, like slime fluid, that nobody buys, by the way, then I can... Yeah, capitalism, that's why. I upgrade his attack so that he can kill things better, so that
お疲れ様でした。
when I sell things, I can get them for basically free because I went into a dungeon
明日
and
もこの
picked
くら
them
い
off the floor.
仕事しますよ。今日も頑張っていこう。
Newsflash, price of metal items has increased. Price of accessories has normalized. This is the Omega Walnut Bread a reality? The developer remains shrouded in secrecy.
何を置こうかな。
The walnut bread belonged to my father's father's father. He refused to eat it and it became tradition from then on. No one can eat it.
どれにしようかな。
I'm gonna hold on to this. Okay, a yam and a watermelon.
どれにしようかな。
Okay, I think I'm going to save.
セーブします。
I need a lot of money in a couple of days. Adventurers Guild. Level 10 Magician Kaiju. Walnut bread. A cherry, a cherry, a cherry. Let's depart. Amber Garden, why not? Actually, let's go through the entire Jade Way with you, shall we?
さて、行きましょうか。よし、行きましょう。そうだ。
Explosion. It's got a lot of SP.
大丈夫ですか。こんな。こんな。えい。だよ。
Interesting. Interesting. Ooh, that's good.
大丈夫かなかなえいピンチですよ
Okay.
カイユくんしっかりして
That was just... That was a test. He is a squishy little child.
行ってきます
Isn't this this isn't a dungeon? You lied. It's just a cavern. I mean... Okay. It's kind of just a grassy field. I do realize that. Depart. Takes a lot of work to get moving, but can shred through bosses when he's there. He's like one of those high effort, high damage. Yes, yes, yes. Precisely.
しょうがねえなよし行きましょうファイヤー大丈夫です
Oh.
かなえいかな
There we go.
大丈夫
Come here. I'm gonna hit you with the PK fire.
大丈夫ですかかな大丈夫ファイヤーファイヤーピンチですよファイヤー
My goodness. He is squishy.
ファイヤーファイヤーかな
Ooh, metal helmet. Nice.
拾ったよ ファイヤーえい
I have terrible aim. Yes, I will get the hang of it. Real footage of Rose's brain lagging. Kai just needs to cry, and then the slimes will.
ファイヤー大丈夫ファイヤーえいファイヤー
There we go. You're gonna take forever to level up, aren't you? Not surprised. You're just telling him. You think this is information I don't have?
ファイヤーかな大丈夫えい
Hold on. Do I get?
ファイヤー大丈夫ですかファイヤー
Do I get passive SP regeneration? Interesting.
えい
Come here, buddy. Cross my
ファイヤーアイテム拾ったよ
cross my path. Cross my.
ファイヤーファイヤー
There we go. Caillou
しょう
feels.
がねえな
I should like him.
行きましょ
I should like to play as him because he's the mage character. But like,
ファイヤーかな
there we go.
かなえい
Now you may never forget. I don't have a Broseph emote, so yeah. Oh right. You don't, do you?
ピンチですよ
Eat cherry.
大丈夫
The bees are impossible to hit with him. Oh, the explosion might actually be better.
ママですファイヤーファイヤー
PK fire.
ファイヤー
Fire!
ファイヤー
Fire! Fire! Hit him with the fire! Fire! You know, like it exploded. There we go. An orang! Let's go! Thank you for the yams and the banana. You've been stripped of bro points, so box cat. I see. Ooh. Iron armor. That's nice. Ow. There we go. Man, this kid is squishy. There we go. The explosion is the way to do it. The explosion is a very good spell. Fire! Fire! Come here. Get exploded. Okay. Those lemons? What are those? Not exactly 10 secondly. I've got your yam friend here, so he'll.
さて行きましょうか。
Okay. There. You are a slow and difficult person to work with. Souvenir charm, okay. Just explode the bees. Seems to have some passive SP regen by doing fire. Or by hitting people with the fire. Ow. My goodness. Items. Eat a cherry. 25 HP, and that's full. Your second favorite mod is here. I don't have a hierarchy of favorites, Face Melter. Also welcome. You have some news to share. Neat. My news is that I got Caillou in the dungeons. To think gingers were vampires because they get sunburned easier. I don't know how historically accurate that is, but if true, that's big if true. Oh? Trigzonia! Thank you for the follow! Is that on Twitch? Was that a Twitch thing? It might have been a Twitch. But anyway, regardless, the person who followed me, thanks to you, it's been recorded on YouTube. Get exploded! Bee chocolate. You're officially a 1-year member. Let's go, Face Melter. Ow, ow, ow! Caillou, you fragile little glass. You're not even a glass cannon. You know that? Glass cannon isn't like the correct term. You are a glass, like... You're not even glass. You're made of paper. Okay. Let's try this again. But this time, why don't we do level 0? Let's go to the Hall of Trials. Let's see if you can even beat the tutorial dungeon. Okay. Fire! Fire! Explosion. That doesn't kill you. Look, say I can. I looked at your phone and say that we can straight up pay your monthly rent. I mean, you could. That'd be neat. I'll renew it every month. But like, it would be neat if you did that. It would give me more budget to focus on other things. Like, if I could get other things, either fund the individual things or keep my basic needs more met. Yeah, if you want me to upgrade my my model and setup, that would be a good way to do it. Kumo has made a couple of payments into it, which I do appreciate. They don't really pay out until I pay them out. There we go. But like that would go into, you know, me making a new model. Hey, when you cash a check, big maybe. That would be very cool. My goodness. You little blobby freak. There we go. If so, can you host a party at my place? No. You would be funding my paying of rent, not literally paying rent for me. Which, I guess there's not much of a distinction. Want a new bottle, but you're dry? Keep buying an indie game. That is fair. You've contributed plenty. I might do a bit of a donation push, like, in a month or two closer to my birthday. As like a, hey, it's my birthday. You want to help me fund a 2.0 model that'll have more details and actually have legs and have more toggles and more animations and maybe even have a head underneath the helmet? And also, like, the ability, if I had a, it would even be more than just the ability to make my, second model. It would help me be able to make models in general for perhaps other people. Items, eat a cherry. All you're saying is, I don't know what you would be saying. To be fair, you could rent yourself, post stuff as your VTuber as long as the cash is right. Want me to show up to a birthday party? Is that what it is? You want me to like show up as like, hi, I'm the guy who does things on the internet, and then like I'm at your house and I'm hosting your birthday party, and like I'm holding my phone up to like have my face tracker thing of my VTuber. Yam is hard currency. Well, they're using it to barter. It is a good that can be exchanged for money. I was considering more paid cameo in viewers video or something. There's that. I could set up a cameo. I'm at your house. A little bit out of context, but that's why quotes are funny. Ouch. Make your 3D model hit the gritty. I do not have a 3D model, and I don't quite know what it would take to get one or how to do that. I am not skilled in 3D art. I could probably, like, experiment. But, like, yeah, I've never done any 3D art. I think I would, at the very least, like to have a full, leg-full 2D model, you know? To start with. Before I consider getting a 3D model. But if I ever did get a 3D model, that means I could just program animations on it, you know? Hitting the gritty could be a redeem. I'm not sure which dance is hitting the gritty because I am kind of boomery when it comes to that stuff. When it's hypothetical, it's the hypothetical for when we upgrade the model. That's like a further, that's upgraded further beyond. I currently don't have plans for 3D model, really. I'll have to do subscription paid for. Can I commission you? Yeah. You know what? I would, as long as you don't mind a model that is of, you know, this quality, maybe more because we'll have practice with my own, but like a model of this quality, I wouldn't pay like, I wouldn't request, like, you get like some of these modelers, or riggers I should say, who like charge thousands of dollars. I'm not gonna do that. It's mostly because I know for a fact I don't have the quality of the guys that sell their rigging skills for thousands of dollars. You know? Don't know what would be a fair, The quality is nice quality? Well, thank you. It works well enough for me. I would like to go higher quality, and that would probably be what 2.0 would be. 2.0 would be an opportunity to really practice and get better and like have more details and more greeblies and more toggles and stuff, you know? Don't upcharge you now? No, No, I wouldn't like... I would charge you... I'd have to figure out what would be a fair amount to commission people for. But I do think it would be neat to commission people for this. In fact, there's other, like, people in my spheres that are currently, PNGs that that it'd be neat to help make their live 2D ambitions a reality, you know? Egg toast. Please don't sell your skills for $1,000 a job. Yeah, no, that's not the price range. That's not the quality range that this is in, you know? I mean, obviously I should be compensated for the time that I do, because, like, it will take a lot of time. But also the quality of the end result should be a thing. Zergtron is one of the people. Like, there are multiple people who are currently only PNGs that I'm familiar with and that are in my circle. That, like, I don't know, it'd be neat to be able to be the guy that helped them make a 3D model. Or not a 3D model, a live 2D, 2D model. Rearrange. Say when your birthday, B-Man. Mine is in July. Last year for my birthday, I did a stream where I played Shovel Knight because I love Shovel Knight. But I might just do a community games day for my birthday. B-Man, the new G-Man from Half-Life. Rise and shine, Dr. Freeman. Rise and shine. We have work to do. My employers have need of your skills. There we go. Well then, Gruck, you know what to find then. Gruck is probably the G-est of men. He's a real G. I'll give him that. Alright, on to the 4F. Caillou. Ow, ow, ow. Rearrange. Eat a cherry, buddy. Jeez. A guy doesn't even have to shill when he's got viewers who'll do it for him. Ow! Give me the long sword. So far, it's only been you. I mean, yeah, you're the most shameless about it, I'll say. Brock's correct. Hold on. Should get a discount because he paid for half the subscription. That makes sense. Okay, we're gonna go to 5F. Those guys with the rocks suck. Okay, let's blast some slimes. Okay, hitting with fire does sap SP, so that I can use abilities. Trust me, it will try to get you, try best to get you a 3D model, or I'm not Irish. I don't know where I would get a 3D model. I think a 3D model would be pretty cool, especially if, like, you know, I could release my 3D. I think I would probably release my 3D model also, like make it pretty available. That way, people could use them for animating memes or modding me into games. I think it would be very neat to be able to mod myself into a game and then play the game as me. Imagine, like, Ocarina of Time, but it's Bro. Is that not what the 2.0 model is? No, it's not a 3D model. It'll be another live 2D model, but with higher resolution image, a higher quality image, more details, more animations, legs. I'll have actual legs with boots and stuff. Might even have some toggles for taking off the helmet or other armor pieces. A 3D model would be cool. I agree. I also like 2D stuff, but 3D could be cool. I just don't have the technical know-how to do so. Stick him into Gmod? Dude, Gmod, like, get me into Half-Life? Play through Left 4 Dead, but all the zombies are Broseph being bad at shooters? Long as the days are, Broseph, the legless crusader. I would like to have legs, though. Like, my official full art has legs. I'm not branding myself as a legless person. I do not want to misrepresent myself or legless people in general. Real homies, pay respect to PNG Seth. PNG Seth is a real G. Broseph needs a wheelchair model, so I can play the one game. Oh, the one Switch 2 game. The Switch 2 game where it's disabled Rocket League. It's just Rocket League, except if you're in a wheelchair. What a weird premise for a game. Like, Nintendo's not like any stranger to weird premises, but like, just something different about wheelchair basketball. VTuber version of your face would be interesting to see. Yeah, what is under my helmet? Like, theoretically, honestly, if I could get my model funded, like, on my birthday, if I could get, like, by my birthday, a model funded, it's possible that I might be able to debut a 2.0 by my next anniversary. By the next streamiversary. And that would be pretty neat. Rocket League, but everyone's is old hobo from Happy Wheel. Exactly. What's under the B-Man's mask could find out. Find out next time on Bro Streams. Hair length goes from Giga to homeless. What I find odd about the wheelchair basketball is since you need the mouse controls to play, how couch gameplay. Apparently, the Joy-Con mouse is pretty responsive on most surfaces from what I hear. No, not the baked jam. Candy apple. There we go. Da-da-da-da. Oh, you finally watched some more TP? Fun stuff, huh? Nobody cared what Broseph was? Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask. Tell Kuma what's under the mask. Under the mask is just kind of a guy. It's not fair how can one be a member but not in the special circle? They're separate circles. Wait, what? You want a book? Child, I have no book, but what I have for you today is slime fluid. Would you like to read slime fluid? No? Okay. You think the bad name is your ally? It usually is. Buy this off of you. You want to sell me chocolate? I'm gonna buy it for 150. Okay, how about 100? 225. But for real, Broseph is pretty open about it. It's not a secret what he looks like if you just look around hard enough. Yeah, it's not really difficult to find. It's just I'm not gonna actively advertise it. Like, why hide it? It's gonna get discovered at some point. Hello! Your mistress would like a candy apple. She should come herself. She should come herself if she wants it so badly. Alright. Whoa, 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 way too. Whoa, 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 whoa. How about this? My goodness. That's it all in one place. Exactly. Pawn this off of you. How much should I pay? You... How did you acquire such chocolate? You have to find the one piece to find Broseph's face? That'll take you a couple of 1,000 chapters, so good luck with that. If that's how long it takes you. There's no easy ways to finding out. It's not that hard, but it's fun. It's on YouTube, and I won't tell you which channel. And honestly, the route to get there isn't, An oil that looks like blood, only really useful for lighting It's lamp oil! Guys! It's lamp oil! This is literally lamp oil! It's literally lamp oil! Let's go! I'm 1/3 of the way there! That's funny. Broseph had a face, but then face builder did his job. Cormac, I have a Twitter. From there, it's not hard to find.
ありがとうございました売れたよ
Oh, I sold it? I sold it. I thought he wanted to. I'm dumb. Figured selling it off would be better.
しようかない
I need to go back. Hold on.
くらにしようかな
Oh, I can just insist.
こんにちは
Just what I was looking
しよ
for.
うかないくらにしようかな
Okay, sometimes I gotta just try twice. Gotcha.
こんにちは言ってくれよ
You desperately need more defense, my guy.
まあいいかありがとうございました売れたよいらっしゃいま
Hello, can I help you with anything? 2 hats. 2 hats in 3 days, you say. When you find out Broseph is the old guy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna load day 26. I'm gonna try that again.
どうしようかな
I was
開店するね
selling my
いらっ
stuff.
しゃいませ
Welcome.
いくらに
You want that?
え
いくらにしようか
す
な
るのかよ。
いくらにしようかな
Okay. Okay, cool. So you're about you actually have a cheap budget. Hello. I want to buy this. I want to sell me this. Cuz I don't have What's $50 sound like? Okay, never mind.
いらっしゃい
Hello, if you need anything, just ask. Get you me to buy this. $45% of base price. Thank you. It's gonna be more engaging if I can understand the voice lines.
買い取ったよ
It's mostly just like stuff like, "Oh, I did it," or "Here's an item," or "Welcome." A good present for your mother-in-law.
いくらにしようかな
Oh. Your mother-in-law would appreciate a tree seed necklace, you say?
いくらにしようかな
Okay. With the women, I give you 130 and then I stick to my guns. That's my thing. That's my plan.
いらっしゃいませ
You came to sell this, you say?
いくらにしようかな
How about 35% of the original?
ありがとうございます
Nice.
買ったよ
Awesome, awesome.
いらっしゃいませ
Welcome. Do you have a bracelet? Madam, just for you, I have... Where's the bracelet? I don't have a bracelet, ma'am, but what I do have is slime fluid.
どうでしょう
You can give me an impression Mario and Luigi fighting over the last piece of pizza, even though you're supposed to be brotherly and share. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Luigi! Who said you could have that piece of pizza? Oh, but Mario, you already had all the pieces. You can all your pieces. It's mine. No, Luigi, I wanted a pizza. But Mario, when we bought the pizza, I did the math. There were 8 pieces, and you ate the 4 pizzas.
So if you eight pieces split into two is 4 pieces a piece. It's 4 pieces of pizza a piece. What do you do? What's the matter, you Mario? This is mine. No, Luigi, get your own pizza if you want. But Mario, we're supposed to share. That's my piece of pizza. I don't care. I'm hungry, and that's my favorite kind of pizza. All right, Cormac, fair game. Anyway, would something like this work?
帰っちゃった
No, I don't have a bracelet.
いらっしゃい
Hello, child. A book. You want a book, child? Read some slime fluid.
怒らせ
Okay, never mind. Somebody clip it and put it on the Discord.
のね
Some food. The child wants some food. I'll sell you a chocolate bar.
いくらにしようかな売れたよ
Kumo, you're the one who floundered for hours yourself. You remember that? You say that as though you didn't, Hello, JT, welcome.
何がいいかな
Also, can I
はい
check
何ですか
outstanding orders? In 2 days, we have 2 dudes. I need 2 treasures and 2 foodstuffs, which I have.
何を置こうかな
Are you a Cyclops?
セ
No.
ーブします
I have binocular vision. Okay, nobody here. Merchant Guild. I can't fuse anything, can I? Okay, what I'm gonna say is your Cyclops like the guy who can shoot optical blasts out of eyes. They're not heat vision, they're like blasts, technically, right? But no, I cannot do that either. Okay.
お疲れです
I don't know what I'm gonna do with. I'm gonna try something. His eyes are the binocular toy from Toy Story. Can confirm. Binocular only means
おはようございます
two eyeballs. Prices of food has decreased. The price of swords has
何が
normalized.
いいかなどれにしようかな何を置こうかな
Also, hold on. The guys wanted 2 treasures and 2 foodstuffs. Gotcha.
何がいいかな
Let's
何がいいかな
only do the expensive
何がいい
stuff
かな
that is
何を置こうかな
more expensive. All the priced up
何がいいか
stuff.
などれにしようかな何がいいかなどれにしようかな何を置こうかな何でしょうか何がいいかな何を置こうかな
Let's try this.
どうしようかなお店開けますよ
It kind of sounds like anime noises. Why do you never see his legs? Because I don't have them, JT. We've established this. I have no legs. My legs do not exist. That's why you do not see them. That's why I want to fund a new model.
欲しいもんがあるんだけどさ
Do you have a book? I have slime fluid.
分かってねえな
Not as I currently am.
いらっしゃいませ
Hello! Can I help you with anything?
働いています
Do you want this?
そうですわねありがとうございます
My goodness.
売れたよ
Okay.
こんにちは
Hello, what can I get you? You want that.
分かった
Thank you.
売れたよ
You might leave now, but see you next week. Later, Cormac. Thanks for being here.
いらっしゃいませ
Do you need anything? A hat. Child, I just so happen to have a hat in store.
いくらにしようかないくらにしようかな
Okay, whatever. I can jump just with my arms.
いらっしゃいませ
Can I handle the order? They're currently, as they are, permanently attached to the controller. I would need to upgrade my model again. 2 foodstuffs, and you want them in 2 days. I'll refuse your order because... Yeah, I can't take this order, sorry. You're not even going to pay anything for them, so it doesn't matter.
何がいいかな 何がいいかな 何を置こうかな何がいいかな
There we go.
どうしようかなお店開けますよいらっしゃいま
Hello, welcome to Recettear. You want to buy some food? Well, old men... Old man, I'm gonna sell you a candied apple. How about that? That will do. Let's go.
いくらにしようかな
And 125. There we go.
いくらにしようかな
No, I can't go a bit lower. Oh, come
ちょ
on.
っとかなこんにちは
Hello.
いくらにしようかな
240.
ありがとうございました
Okay, neat.
売れたよ
Anybody else? You, what do you want to buy? You want a weapon, you say? Well, I can hook you up with
なん
this,
かどうでしょう
それで我慢
い
してやる
くらにしようかな
and we go 270.
だよ
いくらにしようかな
How about 260?
なんだよそれ
Oh, okay, never mind.
いらっしゃいま
Oldest
せ
in this game love old men in this game love vegetables. Trust. That's what it seems like. This is you're again with the beloved family heirlooms being food. What is it with this people in this game? People in this universe are weirdly obsessed with food and making them family heirlooms.
いくらにしようかな
My goodness.
ありがとうございました買い取ったよ
How long do you think the food lasts? I don't
を
know.
探してるんだけど
Something warm? Something warm. Something. You want a scarf?
なんかどうでしょう
あそれでいいぜ
いくらにしようかな
納得しないぜ
いくらにしようかな
やったぜ
ありがとうございました
Okay, neat. That wasn't a lot. Just a couple months later. Neat.
いらっしゃいませ
Neato. You need 2 foodstuffs. You return in 3 days. I'll have them.
ありがとうございましたこんにちは
Hello, what do you want?
いくらにしようかな
How does 270 sound? Nice!
売れたよ。
Crafter's knife. This is not doing me any good, though. What can I get you? Should I pawn this off on you?
わかったわ。
Da 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 da.
買い取ったよ。いらっしゃいませ。こ
This.
れいくらにしようかな。
You want me to pay for an... At least it's not like your father's beloved heirloom.
わかった。
Thank you.
買い取ったよ。
Nobody is buying anything.
何をこうかな。何がいいかな。
There we go. One more time.
どうしようかな。
Open the
開店する
store.
よ。いらっしゃいませ。
Can I get you anything?
いくらにしようかな。
260, 75.
まあ、しょうがないか。
Thank you. This isn't going to get me to the thing though.
こんにち
How
は。
legal is all this? Probably not.
いくらにしようか
We're
な。
gonna sell that.
もう一声。
いくらにしようかな。
まあそのくらいか。
Thank you. Cheap durian. That'll be good when people come in for foodstuffs later, I think. You want to sell chocolate. My goodness.
いくらにしようかな。
How about that? Thank you. How legal is it to control a child? Depends on legal guardianship. What do you think is the best way for the Zelda movie to do well without changing anything we know about it? Also, hello, Sea Dog. What do you mean by that? The best way for a Zelda movie to do well without changing anything we know about it. What we know about it is that it's happening in a couple years.
いくらにしようかな。
Okay, you may have the first grandma to actually treasure something that makes sense to be treasured.
怒らせちゃったかな。いらっしゃいませ。
You are procuring that item, you say.
わかった。
Thank you.
売れたよ。
I still need to make $100,000.
いらっしゃいませ。いくらにし
Get
ようかな。
this. Thank you. Like, what should be in the story? Well, here's the thing. If we're doing the first ever Zelda film adaptation, you're going to require Ganon as the main villain in some form. Perhaps Ganondorf, but more than likely Ganon.
いくらにしようかな。
At the very least. Now, do we adapt a game,
いくらにしよう
or do we, or do we do something original? If we do something original, it's probably going to draw broadly from Ocarina of Time and old standards like Link to the Past. In fact, if I were to adapt a game directly, either be ambitious and do a 3-part adaptation of Ocarina, or go do Link to the Past. I think they should adapt it into an animal, but it's never going to happen.
欲しいんだけど。
In 3 days, I don't know if I could do that.
ありがとうございました。
But we'll see.
どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。
Oh, anime! Not animal. Like, how do you adapt Zelda into an animal? Like,
何がいいかな。
do...
何をこうかな。
Would you... what is it? I mean, you could always adapt the Twilight Princess. That would be adapting Zelda into an animal, right? Or that one part of Link to the Past where he turns into a bunny. You just pick a wolf because Link turns into... Yeah, exactly. Present shopping could really use some food, you say. Food is... cheap. Okay, thank you. Genetically modify humans to have pointy ears since humans are animals. I mean, you don't have to change. You don't have to change them into animals if they're already animals. Is the thing, Sea Dog. Good present for your mother-in-law. Is your mother-in-law a magical girl? If she is, that's pretty cool. There we go. What? Yams, weapons, slime fluid.
Yams, weapons, slime fluid. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rupees.
What on God's green earth, JT, gives you the impression that Taylor Swift is my favorite songwriter? I have no idea what energy I'm giving off to give you that impression. Pinpoint for me exactly what about me makes you think Taylor Swift is my favorite songwriter. That seems... I'm curious. We should in movies have a character like Xant or Girahim. I love 2CD in second in command villains. You're both human. Being human is all you need to make you think I'm a Swiftie. You're looking for a bracelet, you say? Iron armband. Do you stub block the enraged? I'm not like angry. I'm just like baffled. I'm not like angry. I'm not mad at you for thinking that. I am just baffled at how you could come to that conclusion. Oh, dang it. This has a little bit of history behind it. That candy has history. What history could a wrapped thing of candy have? Charm? I am aware that Taylor Swift is a person that exists. You aren't incorrect about that. Good thing I'm not human. You're a Neanderthal and a Beetle Queen on the weekends. Interesting, Gruck. Get this sorted. 1, 2, 3. How does 170 sound to you? I wish you were on Twitch so you could what? Sus like Vine Boom me, or Metal Pipe me. Hello, welcome. I wouldn't say it's either of those two. Those are both good bands. I don't know if I have a distinct singular favorite band right now. The Beetle Queen thing is not worth thinking. Yeah, I won't. I'll let you have your things on that you do. Okay. This Zelda movie needs to have a 6-sword fight with Link and Ganondorf. Or if it's Pig Ganon, that classic night killing. Yeah.
なんでしょうか。
Outstanding orders. We got stuff coming in today. An old man and a man. 2 treasures and 2 foodstuffs. Items. If it's more likely that you're a Swiftie or a fan of Queen and AC/DC, which is more possible. I
セーブします。
neither care for nor care about Taylor Swift in any of her eras. I may have in passing heard some of her songs and thought this isn't unpleasant. But I don't care much for or about her in general. I do enjoy stuff from Queen, and I do enjoy stuff from AC/DC. If I were to say I like one of the above bands more than the other, maybe I like Queen a little better. How has inflation influenced this game's economy? Poorly.
どうしようかな。
Let's open the store and see if my orders come in. Looking for something? You want that knife? I think the Beatles are pretty neat. I rather enjoy the Beatles from time to time.
いらっしゃいませ。
My younger brother actually was. Yep, your 2 foodstuffs. Oh, you want 2 foodstuffs in 3 days? Has somebody come to pick up their foodstuffs order? The shield. What do I think of AJR? I don't know who AJR is, so I can't think of them.
こんにちは。いくらにしようかな。
Broseph requesting permission to chant in the chat. Broseph is a nerd for 1 minute. I would rather not spam the chat with that for right now. They're a very good band who made songs with the world's smallest violin. They are a newer band. Not familiar with them.
しようかな。
You. I do have the treasures you asked for. A thankful statue and a thankful statue. All set.
なんかどうでしょう。いくらにしようかな。 いくらにしようかな。
There we go. Are you an ELO fan? I have enjoyed an Electric Lights Orchestra track from time to time. They aren't a particular like of mine, but they aren't a particular. It pains you to part with this.
いくらにしようかな。
How about 30%?
そうですわ。
Neat.
買い取ったよ。
Are you a fan of
いらっしゃいませ。
what is it? Pop? I'm not familiar. I not particularly. That's desired, you say? 130. 137.
わかった。
Should Bokoblins be in the Zelda movie or similar things to orcs of Lord of the Rings? No. The Bokoblins in the Zelda movie should be a similar thing to Bokoblins from the Legend of Zelda series. That's my opinion on that.
売れたよ。
I think that would be a really good way to portray Bokoblins in the Legend of Zelda movie, is if they, were less like orcs from from Lord of the Rings, and more like bokoblins from The Legend of Zelda. You get your foodstuffs. You, sir, can have this durian. Food is cheap, my goodness.
これなんかどう
All
でしょう
set.
いくらにしようかな
But why bokoblins are just orcs but pigs? And a bit less angry. It was less angry, it's more emphatic. I'm more just being emphatic that how's that sound? There we go, thank you. But like the orcs in the Lord of the Rings serve a different, like, they're... I don't want to hear the bokoblins in Zelda talking to each other about how meat is back on the menu. The characterization of the orcs in the Lord of the Rings films fits the characterization of the orcs in the Lord of the Rings books. Whereas bokoblins have a distinctly less characterful and distinctly more monstrous
しようかな
like characterization, you know?
わかったわ
They eat meat in Breath of the Wild. They do, but they don't talk about it. They are distinctly less they are less... They don't talk. They don't talk. The orcs in Lord of the Rings talk because the orcs in Lord of the Rings, guess what? They talk. Moblins say, maybe they say, like, keep it a secret to everybody. Talk their own... Sure. I don't need to know what they're saying.
こんにちは
Coms are omnivores, they'll eat most things. They're just kind of bottom
欲し
feeders.
いものがあるんだけどさ
You don't need this anymore. How
い
much?
くらにしようかな
Let's go 40. No.
頼むよ
Also, bokoblins and orcs are simply just not the same thing. Exactly, Wolfie.
いくらにしよう
The point is, if you're gonna adapt Legend of Zelda and don't try to be Lord of the Rings.
よしそれでいいぜ
That's I guess that's my point. Don't adapt the Legend of Zelda and try and force it into Lord of the Rings. That is a square peg and that is a round hole. Right? If you're gonna try and make a Zelda movie, make a flipping Zelda movie, don't make Lord of the Rings. Because guess what? They're not.
セーブします
The price of long swords has decreased. Okay. I need top shelf stuff. I'm aware of the character Nightcrawler. He's pretty cool. So similar to Lord of the Rings, it's high fantasy. You want Lord of the Rings Hyrule because that's every Zelda game. No, it isn't. It is definitely a high fantasy. It is. That is the direction Zelda, but Zelda has like a sincere slathering of whimsy in it. Honestly,
さて行きましょうか頑張ってください
I kind of have a similar issue with the Hobbit movies. They tried to adapt The Hobbit by forcing it to fit the Lord of the Rings, which it kind of doesn't, even though they take place in the same world and in the same like universe. The tone of one story does not fit the tone of the other story because they're just not the same thing. Like you could say, "Oh, Final Fantasy is just Lord of the Rings," but it's not. It's Final Fantasy. It's its own thing. Don't copy something that it isn't. because it's something else. Like, sure, Lord of the Zelda has taken its inspiration from Lord of the Rings. What fantasy series under the sun hasn't? But it isn't literally just the Lord of the Rings, but Nintendo. It's The Legend of Zelda. It's unique. It's its own thing. Like Lord of the Rings, come on, Zelda movie's just not... Don't make it just like Lord of the Rings, but Zelda movie is like Lord of the Rings. It will really be a Zelda movie. There are ways in which it would be that making it similar to Lord of the Rings would befit Zelda, and there are ways that making it similar to Lord of the Rings would really not fit Zelda. It's knowing the source material, you know? Like, Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones are not the same, right? They are distinct. They have things in common, but they are not the same thing. And boy, do I not want the Zelda movie to be the Game of Thrones of Nintendo. Like, that doesn't need to be. It's not. There are things that may be aesthetically or, like, similar on the surface, but it's not literally the same. You wish to seeing the soldier enemy from Link to the Past with live action color. I hope they don't go grimdark with it. I hope so either. Like, as much as you want to... Like, no, it doesn't matter what you want to say about Twilight Princess or Majora's Mask. Zelda's never gone grimdark. Like, I don't know. You could say, like, oh, they should make Fire Emblem just like Lord of the Rings. But also, Fire Emblem is not the same as Zelda, right? But you could... It's a fantasy setting. Fire Emblem and Zelda are not the same, but you could compare them both to Lord of the Rings for various ways, but neither of them are Lord of the Rings, because they're not the same as each other, and they're also not the same as Lord of the Rings. The first Zelda game is about finding temples, you go around the world, and you go around and kill someone. That's not the same as Lord of the Rings. Honestly, in my opinion, tonally, structurally, Zelda is more similar to Indiana Jones than it is Lord of the Rings. It's more similar to Star Wars than Lord of the Rings. Zelda is more like Pirates of the Caribbean than Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is a fantasy epic. Zelda is a fantasy adventure. There is a difference. There's aesthetic similarities, but there's a difference.
さて行きましょうか。頑張ってください。
First Zelda game is about a powerful golden object and going on an adventure into a volcano. That's a fresh take, and I won't entirely disagree. Oh shoot. The adventure isn't explicitly for the volcano, no. You go and collect artifacts to take to the final place. I'm gonna have to find another way through this game, or I might just have to quit this game. Because there's ain't no way I'm making $100,000 today. I need to go back a couple of saves. I need to go back a couple of saves. JT, having trauma does not excuse evil actions. It is an explanation for, not an excuse for. Okay.
Hi, 何ですか?
I admit that there are distinct similarities to The Lord of the Rings. There are individual aspects that have aesthetic resemblances, or perhaps even thematic resemblances, but it is not like. There are ways in which it is similar, but on the whole, it is not the same. Outstanding orders. Tomorrow, 2 weapons. Do I have weapons? No, I don't have weapons.
何を買うかな? 何を買うかな? 何がいいかな? 何でしょうか? 何を買うかな?
Let's... You'd never think that Star Wars and Zelda are... well, Star Wars is about a chosen one who must go confront the Dark Lord and journeys to train and gather people together to face the Dark Lord in single combat and defeat him and complete his destiny. There are prophecies, and there are, like, cycles of light and dark, and there are, like, there's a lot of, like, thematic and, like, vibe similarities there, you know? Sure, you're not in a fantasy land and you go to a volcanic mountain to fight as part of your quest, but there are things deeper than the aesthetics. My dude, you don't. There are absolutely 100% Buddhist teachings in Zelda, particularly like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. There's Buddhist theming all over the place in those games. And it doesn't matter who the Dark Lord is actually the Emperor, technically speaking. George stated the Force is actually I wasn't aware of that, but I was aware he was inspired by a whole lot of like Japanese media, like samurai films and such. There we go, thank you. Have a source, it's... Don't have the source, it's well documented. I can go look for it some other time. I've seen a lot of stuff about Star Wars, but... That. You want to buy this. I'm gonna sell it to you for an upcharge, how about? What do you want to see from the series going forward? I will say, Wolf, I do like the open-ended formula. I like the open-ended format. Is it perfect? as it is now, no. Is it?
にしようかな。
But I do like it. It caters better to what I like most about the series. But I do think it needs some structural polishing. So things like,
売れたよ。
honestly, the structure of Echoes of Wisdom, having kind of an open world, but with like goals that you can compete in any order, next phase of story, then more goals you can complete in any order, and then end of story. I think that's a good format for future open-ended 3D games going forward. A piece of armor, you say? I have no armor, my friend. How about this? That'll increase your defense.
いくらにしようかな。
My favorite Glup Shido in Star Wars is the guy who tries to sell Obi-Wan death sticks.
売れたよ。
Da-da-da-da.
いらっしゃいませ。
What can I help you with? A book. I don't have a book.
そう。帰っちゃった。
Um,
いらっしゃいませ。
but like, in terms of like future Zelda games going forward, the biggest thing,
いくらにしようかな。
I would like for the magic meter to come back. If we can have an open world Zelda game with a stronger structure like Echoes of Wisdom,
ありがとうございました。
and a magic meter with like magic spells you can learn, and also outside of Hyrule, explore more worlds outside of Hyrule, both new and revisited.
今日も頑張りましたね。明日もこの調子で行きましょう。仕事しますよ。今日も頑張っていこう。
Comes from a small, calm, nice village to go on a big adventure like Bilbo and Frodo. You wanna know who that's also like? Luke freaking Skywalker. Small, tiny, nowhere planet village to go on a big adventure. That's Luke Skywalker, my guy. They pull from the same adventure hero's journey tropes. They pull from the same hero's journey motifs.
セーブします。
That's the,
行ってきます。
that's also Harry Potter and Percy Jackson. Exactly. So? Like, that is the most basic adventure trope, though, is to have a established life they start with. It's because you keep bringing it up, JT. I don't want to talk about Kingdom Hearts every time because I don't know what to add to Kingdom Hearts. It's like, yeah, of course you add Kingdom Hearts. People can autofill that.
どれ
In
に
his
しよう
uncle's
かな。
house outside of town.
何を置こうかな。
Oh, hold on. Food is... Walnut bread. Korok Forest has its one problem fixed immediately. Yeah, the Deku Tree dies, and he's bullied aggressively by his peers.
どれにしようかな。
But what an idyllic life. You're bullied by all the other kids for not having a fairy, and your guardian dies immediately at the beginning.
何がいいかな。何を置こうかな。
And again, that's only the most vapid aesthetic
どれにしようか
similarities.
な。
Those are you're bringing up only the most vapid aesthetic similarities that really run on the surface level. And I don't want a surface level adaptation. I want one that kind of understands
どうしよう。
the bigger reasons of why why I like the Zelda series. And it's not the big lore. Yeah, Fagra.
いらっしゃいませ。
You want that, you say? Creator and Zelda have taken too many... They have taken inspiration from Lord of the Rings. I'm not denying that there are aesthetic similarities in some regards. But I think in terms of what is fun about the Zelda games, the reason I enjoy the Zelda games is not the same reason I enjoy Lord of the Rings. Like, the core essence that makes it, that it appeals. The core appeal, you know,
いくらにしようかな。
is not the same. I like both. But, like, the reasons I like both
いくらにしようかな。
are not the same reasons.
そりゃ高いって。
You're a cheapskate, little fairy.
こんにちは。あのね。
Here's the thing, I can't say that they won't take inspiration, JT. There will be certain individual elements that absolutely are close enough to take some inspiration. But, like Gruck said, I don't want a Lord of the Rings wannabe movie that's painted over with a Zelda coat of paint. That is not what I want.
いらっしゃいませ。
And what are those reasons, Sea Dog? The beginning in a small village and going to a volcano? Because that's what you've brought up as the similarities that exist. I don't have a hat.
いらっしゃいませ。
What do you need? You want to sell this?
わかったわ。
Nice.
買ったよ。いらっしゃいませ。
What do you want? You came to sell this. If people consistently bought these things.
いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございます。
Thank you. I think the thing was most fantasy has things similar to that basically apply to just the most standard stories. Just enjoy Zelda for its innovations on the format. Yeah, like Buzz Blobs.
買ったよ。
Like, Lord of the Rings is so foundational and seminal in the fantasy space that you'd be hard-pressed to find things that aren't similar in any work of fantasy. High fantasy, feeling a great adventure and saving the world, and going deeper world races.
いらっしゃいませ。
I think the thing about Lord of the Rings is it has a lot of drama. It has a lot of drama and like deep symbolism in its world. Zelda doesn't go as deep in its drama and its lore. What it has, though, is it has fun factor. The Zelda series is fun. There is some depth of character, obviously. There's some, like, lore, obviously. But not, like, as much the focus as it is in Lord of the Rings. It's not as, like, nearly as intentional. So, obviously, exploring a world and adventure, that's why I'm comparing it to Star Wars. Meeting different races, that's something that's why I'm comparing it to Star Wars. It's the going out, exploring the wide universe, going on your fetch quests to talk to your old master to train you or teach you the things, or like collect the things, and then go to the place and defeat the Dark Lord. Like, oh, the things you previously requested, weapons. I don't have weapons, do I?
ごめんなさい。そう。
Dang
怒
it.
らせちゃったかな。
Breaking pots and cutting grass along the way. I don't know how well Lord of the Rings would get away with jokes about people cutting grass. Yoda said adventure a Jedi does not seek. They end up on it anyway. They end up on adventure anyway.
開店です。こんにちは。いくらにしようかな。
Oh.
いくらにしようかな。いくらにしようかな。
Come on. If the Zelda movie doesn't have Link breaking a pot, we riot. Even if it's on accident. I'd like to get 2 treasures. I couldn't pick them up in 2 days. Sure.
ありがとうございました。
I don't know if there's any way I can... I may have hit a dead end and I would need to grind this game out and, like, really optimize it.
どうかな。無理。
Impossible. Come on.
いらっしゃいませ。
Hello.
いくらにしようかな。
No, I'm not interested in buying that, really. Thank you.
買ったよ。いらっしゃいませ。
Hello, what do you want? You got this from your neighbor's husband. Your neighbor's husband gave you his beef bowl? Ma'am? Why are you getting beef bowl from your neighbor's husband? That... What? No. You have no interest in your neighbor's beef bowl. Okay. I am glad you have no interest in your neighbor's husband's beef bowl. That is a good thing. That's good. Good. But then don't... I'm not sure how turning around and selling your neighbor's husband's beef bowl to a 10-year-old is a good idea that's legal. But here we are. You'd like a weapon, you say. I have a shield.
これなんかどうでしょう。
Oh. Xanta's just Sorrow Man?
いらっしゃいませ。
He's being used as a pawn in the scheme of Ganondorf and was granted power for such. You could also compare him to Darth Maul. You could also compare him to Count Dooku. Like, oh, the big bad has a puppet that he is using to enact his will. That's a trope. He's similar to Starscream. There's a lot more nuance than that. I'll take that. You'll take that. You will take it for 133%.
いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。
You can make all the surface level comparisons that you want. List them as Zelda without Lord of the Rings. Oh, I'm not denying the influence that is there across fantasy media ubiquitously. Like, if it is fantasy media in the year of our Lord 2025, if it is fantasy media that was made after the 60s, 100% there is Lord of the Rings DNA in there somewhere. The same way, if there's sci-fi media made post the 60s, there's Dune DNA in there. Like, there is Dune. Star Fox is like Dune. Star Fox is like Dune. They should make a Star Fox movie like Dune. It's like Dune because all sci-fi post the 60s is like Dune. It's all taken from Dune.
いくらにしようかな。
So, like, yeah, I'm not denying the presence of inspiration from Lord of the Rings there. It's just not a large enough percentage of the overall package to say, oh, it's just like Lord of the Rings. The movie should be just like Lord of the Rings. Alright, what's my outstanding orders?
なんでしょうか。
I need 2 treasures, so I will take 2
何を書く
of the
の。
thankful statues off the table. Its own thing. Cool.
何を書くかな。
But I think, like, ultimately, if you ask me, like, do you think this thing in the Zelda movie should be like Lord of the Rings? My answer is no. It should be like Zelda, which in some places is like Lord of the Rings, but in other places isn't. So defaults to its own thing. Not denying. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm glad you got into Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is good stuff.
何ですか
Nothing wrong with Lord of the Rings.
セーブします行ってきます
Skip that. Merchant's Guild.
おやすみ
Good night, good night. Okay. I don't know how invested in this story I am to want to do. I'm kind of floundering here. I don't know how to game the system properly. Sea Dog, the only battles in Zelda that have ever been anywhere near similar to like the battles in Lord of the Rings have been Hyrule Warriors. The only Zelda games to have battles of the scale that are in Lord of the Rings, the epic grand scale of Lord of the Rings, is the Hyrule Warriors spin-offs. And, like, implied in some backstory. I don't know if I want a battle on the scale of Lord of the Rings in a Zelda movie, because Zelda's always single combat. Zelda's always one man against, like, the monsters of this world. You know? Helm's Deep is not a Zelda thing. Now, a dead, decrepit, decayed Helm's Deep, where the signs of the battle were there, but Link is exploring it and, like, unlocking the secrets of Helm's Deep, an empty Helm's Deep with only, like, Lizalfos and Bokoblins wandering around, that's Zelda. That's what Zelda feels like. But the hordes of Saruman's army up against the walls of Helm's Deep and blowing up the wall... Well, okay, they blow up the wall. They blow up the wall in Helm's Deep. Yeah, it's a Zelda battle. They blow up the wall. There you go, never mind. No, you're right. It's exactly like Zelda. They blow up the wall in Helm's Deep.
セーブします行ってきます
Ah, shoot. The redeads or whatever they got. Yes. There was the redead battle in Gerudo Town. There was also the Bulblin fight in Twilight Princess. Zelda should be like the good, bad, and the ugly. Zelda should be like a spaghetti western because there's the one fight that's kind of similar. Those are Kibdos? They are, I guess.
さて行きましょうか頑張ってください
So, like, yeah, you found one example of, like, a larger scale battle from one game in the series that a lot of people actually aren't happy with its adherence to the Zelda formula. A lot of people would say that's not the best example to pull from. Again, yes, Tears of the Kingdom was one game that did that. Tears of the Kingdom was an singular Zelda game that did that. That honestly, a lot of people have complaints and would say Tears of the Kingdom is not good at being a Zelda game. So yeah, that is a thing. That's like saying, oh, Ocarina of Time had the bottom of the well. The new Zelda movie should be a horror film. It had flashbacks during the Great War, but the events of the game do not cover the Great War. So, like, yes, there is lore about great battles happening. That happens all over the series, but, like... it's not the Battle of Helm's Deep. Like, I don't think... in general, a few specific examples from one game aside, there's no, like, Battle of the Pelennor Fields vibe, you know? The main point of the game. Exactly. And that's... maybe that's some people's issues with it. It's not enough of the main point of the game. Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli do? I'm aware it's not a horror game. I'm using one specific little sequence from one example from one game to justify saying it's just like this other thing. What are you? Natural heater. Huh. Again, the fact that there's specific aspects of world building should not be used as examples. Exactly. Is, and I mean, it's... Hold on. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. That's my mistake. I misread that. Okay, there's that. Okay. Oh, shoot, fish! What is up with the fish? The fish always catch me off guard. The things always get me. Or the fish always get me. Zelda game is... Lord of the Rings is a book and movie franchise. I think Zelda movie would and should be more like Lord of the Rings because they were... the way the story's being told. Well, the way I see it, if it does... if you're going to adapt Lord of the Rings, why are you making a Zelda movie? If you're just going to adapt Lord of the Rings, why are you making a Zelda movie? Hello? Special Inkwell? You know, I can't lie, I'm still salty over how they made the Gibdos bug zombies when they... if they called them Reed Deads, you'd be happy. But also, Reed Deads have never been bug zombies. But then again, like... Zelda enemies get redesigned all the time. But, like, making the Gibdos zombies, or, like bugs, is a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. When they have plenty of bug enemies from previous Zelda games. Or they could have done other things with Redeads. I mean, I don't mind the design, and I kind of like the way they do the elemental thing with them. Where it's like you have to use an elemental attack in order to weaken them. Which is very much the Gibdo thing. Actually. The Gibdo thing would be to, like, burn the wraps off and then they're vulnerable. Lord of the Rings, but adapt Zelda. Oh, absolutely! They can take notes where applicable. Like, they can take notes where applicable from Pirates of the Caribbean. They can take notes where applicable from Dune, for crying out loud. They can take notes where applicable from all over the place. Because sometimes... So, like, shooting in New Zealand, getting the landscapes right, doing the... Like, they can absolutely take notes. But to say there are ways in which it is like, so absolutely take notes where applicable. But the bokoblins are not orcs, so do not make them like the orcs. Exactly. Exactly.
ちゃんとついてこいよ。
So, in that case, don't make it like Lord of the Rings, make it like Zelda. And only take notes where applicable, where the original Zelda took notes. Because it didn't. You know? When Gibdos burn, they sometimes burn into re-deads. But the majority of this time, Stalfos, I remember in Zelda 1 that was the case. In Ocarina and... No, there were no Gibdos in Ocarina, were there? There were only Gibdos in Majora's Mask, but they burned into re-deads. And then the unknown item, let's go. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Right. You can take notes from all the places Zelda took notes. Take notes from Studio Ghibli's Princess Mononoke. That's, honestly, weirdly, I think Princess Mononoke is the closest thing we've had to a Zelda movie before. Princess Mononoke is the closest thing to having a Zelda movie, if you ask me. It's not perfect. It's not there all the way, but it's close both aesthetically and thematically and such. Echoes of Wisdom's burning down into re-deads is a thing? Yes. That is also a thing there, if I recall correctly. And I think you recall correctly also. Okay. Just like high fantasy. Okay. You just like the aesthetic setting of high fantasy. Which, you know what? That's fair. And yeah, the high fantasy tropes that Zelda has borrowed from Lord of the Rings since day one, those absolutely need to be used and looked at. SP, you say? So yeah, I'm with you there. Technically, Gibdos were in Ocarina, but they're very rare enemies. I think you could find them either in the bottom of the well or Shadow Temple. I don't recall that. I don't remember Gibdos. There were re-deads all over the place. But I don't think there were any Gibdos. I think it was just all the re-deads. Cool if Zelda movie had some mystery and detective things to emulate puzzle solving. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like, do have some mystery and puzzle solving stuff to give you the vibe of, like, the Zelda dungeons? Absolutely. Which, really, there's only ever one puzzle solved in the entirety of the Lord of the Rings. And that opens one door. Rings should probably and will be similar, but not the same. There will be similarities, but not enough to call the entire package similar, unless you're only looking skin deep at the high fantasy aesthetics. Because, like, in the... Ooh, hello, pot stand? Why is there a pot? Okay. Hopefully I can actually beat the boss so I can't carry anymore. Better eat some food, buddy. Dead hand in the Zelda movie would traumatize kids? They should have it. If the games traumatize kids, the movie should traumatize kids. Honestly, this should be the most traumatizing... I kind of feel like this should be the most... There's a lot of old 80s adventure films, like The Never-Ending Story and the Labyrinth and, like, weird stuff like that I kind of think... I would love if the Zelda movie kind of managed to capture some of that, you know? Like, some of just the weird fantasy 80s-ness of it. Dungeons and Dragons. The whole thing is just Lord of the Rings, that's why Twist is Zelda. D&D is based on Lord of the Rings, though. Oh, no, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. D&D is Lord of the Rings with a slight twist. And even then, I would say... Did you watch the Dungeons and Dragons movie, actually? The Dungeons and Dragons movie was really fun. And felt like the kind of hot fun a D&D game is. And there are ways that the D&D movie is actually a little more similar to what I want from a Zelda movie than Lord of the Rings is. There are ways Lord of the Rings is more similar to a Zelda movie that I would want to see than the D&D movie is. Neither is the same, but both have overlapping things. And they have different overlapping things. The D&D movie's fun. I recommend it. Like, there's dungeon crawling and puzzle solving and, like, planning and stuff. Movie could be way different. It could have gone anyway, but it... Oh yes, there are 100 different directions the D&D movie could have gone. And still felt like D&D, because D&D is that versatile. But, like, what they ended up with captured a kind of fun that I've had playing D&D, you know? Like, some of these there are moments in the D&D movie that are like, this felt like a crit nat 20 moment. This felt like a roll to 1 moment, crit fail moment. There were, like, goofy ideas that somehow work because rule of cool. Like, the D&D movie is really fun. I do wish we got a more serious D&D movie, but I love it. Here's the thing. I think it captured the fun of playing D&D, which can be as serious or unserious as you want it to be. So there's, like, there's an aspect of D&D they managed to really capture by making it just a little silly. Because, you know, sometimes playing D&D gets a little silly. Pirates of the Caribbean and D&D movie feel really similar. Yeah, they have that same fun adventure vibe. And I think that fun adventure vibe is something that Zelda as a series also has by being a fun adventure game. So I would love if the Zelda movie was a fun adventure. Now, Lord of the Rings is an epic adventure. The focus isn't on having fun. There are fun moments in Lord of the Rings, don't get me wrong. There's really fun stuff in it. But it's not like, the point isn't to be that kind of adventure-y fun. The point is to be grand and have high stakes and be really epic. Hello, Yuval. We're discussing the minutia of tone in different inspirations. And why I don't think the Zelda movie should be, like, should take all of its notes from Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit is more similar to Zelda than Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit as a story. Maybe? Maybe? Hello, cat statue. I really hope I can beat this boss. I really hope I don't die here. Saving here, as it was prior to entering, that's lame. I don't know, the Hobbit's a little weird in its overall, like... I'm not sure I would... maybe a little bit, but, like, in different ways. The Hobbit is more fairy tale, honestly. The Hobbit reads a little more fairy tale than high fantasy.
レベルが上がったよ
Now, it's definitely still in the same family of high fantasy, but it's not like... It just has a more fairy tale bend to how it treats the monsters and the adventure, you know? Lord of the Rings talk. Or similar, Zelda, Lord of the...
やってやるぜ
Or similar to Zelda, Lord of the Rings or Narnia. I would say... Ouch. Die! Thank goodness. My goodness. Okay, I need to drop something. Item. Oh, let's drop... Let's drop the gunpowder, I guess. For this.
拾ったよ
Boom.
とりあえず
Zelda and Lord of the Rings are non-identical twins, but completely different people with different... I wouldn't say they're twins. I'd say they're step-siblings. They're step-siblings. They have the same mom, but there's a lot of DNA from other things in them. They have shared DNA, but others. They're like... They're step-siblings or they're cousins. Twins is a little extreme. You go even further, say they're cousins? Do you mean half siblings? Okay, half siblings, not step siblings. My bad. Yes, half siblings. Half siblings or cousins or something where there's more DNA in the formula that dilutes them. You know? Where yeah, there's definitely through lines. There's definitely a lot they do.
どれにしようかな
45.
どれにしようかな
I have a guy coming in for treasures or later, right?
何ですか
Outstanding orders. Tomorrow, old man 2 treasures. Okay, let's see. What are my most expensive treasures? That and that. Let's put that there.
何がいい
I've got two thankful statues. To be like it's supposed to, General Hunter with fancy blockbuster. I want artistic, like the games, and that's why everyone wanted Ghibli. Yes, Now, to say that the Zelda games are like high art is a little pretentious. It's like, yeah, no, they're just kind of games, you know. They're not like, but they do have a charm to them that is like a whimsy to them almost. That's honestly sometimes straight up silly. Like Tingle does not fit in the Lord of the Rings. There is no Lord of the Rings movie where Tingle fits in.
セーブします
Most stories have similar. Yeah. That's just the nature of. Can I fuse anything? I don't have anything. I was watching videos next to Wisdom the other day, and I agree Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom would logically fit in the child timeline better than the other timelines. I kind of am leaning toward that. It's about a 50-50 for me. But definitely not the... Oh, you think it would fit? I disagree. The child timeline's the one where there's direct evidence contradicting the events of the child timeline.
いらっしゃいませ
You want
いくら
that.
にしようかな
Whereas, like, weirdly, Tingle would fit better in Star Wars. Tingle would fit better in maybe even Narnia. Tingle would fit better in D&D, a D&D movie. Tingle would fit better in Princess Mononoke. Family somehow suddenly needs a bracelet. Do I have a bracelet? I do not have a bracelet. Sorry, ma'am. I must have misunderstood what you said in that case. And I agree. Yeah, I X'd it out and said probably not the child timeline. The child timeline is the one timeline where there's direct, like, things that are said that go against what's present in Breath and Tears. Or Breath and Tears say things that aren't present in the child timeline. Am I purchasing this? Am I being dumb by purchasing this? No, my money went up. Oh, I got a can. Dang it. Leave the animation is an option. I agree that's dumb. I'm not against it being live action in principle. My goodness. The link was first few Zelda games. Yep, that is kind of funny. How much should I pay? I pay not much. That much. Examples of serious characters could see the King of Red Lions. But maybe the yeah. Now, I do think that with the right art direction and the right color grading and the right score, they could make Wind Waker work in live action. It would be a difficult line to toe, but they could force it to work. I think Wind Waker in live action is something that could work. It would just be really difficult to get, you know? Which timeline do the Hyrule Warriors games fit in if they were canon? I don't really know which version of Hyrule that would be most like. In the Middle Ages. Yes, indeed. They could take. I could take that, like that old Majora's Mask fan short. Has decreased. Okay, good. What do I put in the window? The ingredients. A guy's gonna come in for his order. I think actually it is currently being filmed in New Zealand, from what I hear from like the rumors. It sounds like it might actually be in the process of scouting. I heard people at the studio were scouting locations in New Zealand. Which... Oh, that'll do? Which, I'm not against that. Like, there's some lovely landscapes there. Like, and a Zelda film being filmed on location as opposed to constantly green screening? Yes, please? Yes, film it on location. Right then. Get this sorted, please. How much should I? I can charge a bit less than that. How about that? I'm gonna ping you on the Discord with a video about a scene Zelda should look like. Alright. I can't guarantee I'll watch it, though. Can you get a book? I don't have a book. Come here. Only, Sea Dog, only if they explicitly say the movies are canon, which I really, 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 really hope they aren't. I am really disinterested in movie and game canon crossing over when it comes to the Zelda series. What is some infuriating things Nintendo has done for you in one of its stories for you? Play the game Other M. The entirety of Other M. That is my answer to you, Yuval.
いくらにしようかな。
If they are canon, that would add a lot of plot holes. More than likely, yeah. Which is why I really hope they aren't canon, explicitly.
買ったよ。いらっしゃいませ。
You've been looking for a half of a watermelon, you say? Well, just your luck. I have... Go down a little more. There we go. What?
怒らせちゃ
The watermelon's already sliced, buddy.
いらっしゃいませ。
Oh, the things you asked for, the treasures. We have here for you a cat statue and a thankful statue.
これなんか
You're all
どうでしょ
set.
う。いくらにしようかな。
Here from 2 months of not playing games. Interesting.
売れたよ。
Fun.
セーブします。どれにしようかな。なんでしょうか。
Let's see. No outstanding orders. No. Store atmosphere. What's the atmosphere? Okay. Okay. I need... Let's do this again. You know, if the Kokiri from Ocarina of Time are based off the kids... They probably are, more than likely. I mean, Link himself, the aesthetics of Link were based on Peter Pan from the very first game. From the very first game. So, like, the Peter Pan aesthetics have been there the whole time, and are as part of the series inspiration as Lord of the Rings are. Did nobody not my time think we'd have a giant temple in our capital city? No. Like, it's normal to have a place of worship in a capital city. Like, unless... Because the Zelda world isn't completely atheistic. It has gods and deities that they worship. So places of worship are normal. Like, even in fantasy settings. Nobody seemed to go there? That's because it's a 64 game, Sea-Dog. The Nintendo 64 could only do so much. And maybe it just wasn't Sunday. Maybe it just wasn't a Sunday morning. Church's theme in Link to the Past. Oh, that's a very lovely theme. Very ethereal. Very ethereal. The Sanctuary theme? Yeah. I wonder. The Sanctuary isn't the Temple of Time. I wonder what that temple is dedicated to. Is that a temple to Hylia, or is it a temple to, like, the creator deities, or is it some other deity? So it's reminded you more of Robin Hood. Sure, I can see that. Gregorian chant of the Temple of Time is ethereal? Yes.
頑張ってください。大丈夫ですか？
Probably worshipped in the Temple of Time. It's for a game. That would be hard. Exactly. Like, you don't want NPCs crowding it when you want the, when you have the one, the story beats you want to do. There we go. Trying to play through Limbo. Limbo's very good. It's like, and honestly, it being only an hour or two long is nothing against it, frankly. It's just long enough to be satisfying, and maybe even leave you wanting a little more, but like, I'd rather want more than be very done, you know? I would rather a game leave me wanting more, and also be like very replayable, versus just kind of drag on for no reason, and other than to just waste my time. Explain the cross shield, just leave it as non-explained retcon. The latter. They'll just never retcon it. They'll never remake those games, and so it'll just be there as a thing about Link's thing, shield. An animated series Zelda show, like the I'm not familiar with Sins from the past, but a serious animated Zelda show, like, that could be very good. There are various, like, weirdly, I could almost see it as being adjacent in, like, style and tone and setup to, like, Avatar. Almost, you know? I've played Braid. Braid is very good. Have not played Fez. It's one of those classic indies that that I haven't played, but it's like, it's a classic. Maybe I should pick it up at some point. But no, Braid is good. I kind of like the twist on the saving the princess it has at the ending. It is a lovely subversion for its time. Not like any of the old Zelda shows. Oh, not like the old Zelda shows. I will say, I think it would be very, very, very funny if at some point during the Zelda movie, Link says the phrase, "Excuse me, princess." Perhaps not rudely, perhaps not like he's trying to imitate Steve Martin, but, you know, "Excuse me, princess." Like, it would be very funny if his heroic one-liner was, "Excuse me, princess." That would be very funny, and I would laugh and kind of love it low-key. I find it funny that Hamill basically plays Fire Palpatine in Avatar. Wait, Mark Hamill was Fire Lord Ozai? I guess I wasn't aware of that. He's a good voice actor. Can hardly recognize him. Share a very basic premise, and I think it might be intentional. I mean, kind of. The idea is, like, the goal of saving a princess is very easy, very simple. It's an old trope, and very appealing to, you know, the target demographic of young men. Because guys, in general, like being the hero, like saving people, and princesses are appealing people to save. So, like, it's a very easy and simple, like, motivation to give at the start of a video game. The basic premise of save princess, it's a tried and true. Hello, water crystal. Yeah. Ozai was Mark Hamill. I didn't know that. He's a good voice actor, man. I should have known that. I'm a Star Wars guy, and I enjoyed the Avatar show the one time I watched it. Heroes save people, it's because they use the power to protect those who can't. Exactly. And if you want to appeal to the male fantasy, making them a hero giving them the opportunity to play the part of a hero, just as it's a tale as old as time. Now, argue about the tropes all day, but like, if you want to make somebody feel like a hero, you got to give them somebody to save. And princesses are, it's cool. It's a cool feeling to be able to save one. You know? That isn't the only motivation out there, obviously, and other people do different things. Even other Nintendo games, right? Zelda 2. I understand the reason people dislike it. I think it might be a little overhated. It's alright. Especially if you just take it for its own thing, which is kind of a... It's not, like, good. It's not particularly good. But I think it gets a little much hate. A little exaggerated, you know? Have you seen Legend of Korra? I have not. I've heard mixed things about it. And honestly, I have only so many hours in a day, only so much time in the rest of my life to do things. And from what I've heard, I'm from people that I trust and whose opinion I trust. I'm overall gonna be mixed on Korra. When Avatar's already like perfect, right? Avatar's like, I don't know. I'm not interested in like your personal opinion. Korra season was not worth your time. Like, I've heard there's really cool things about Korra, but the whole package comes together suboptimally because of lameness. So I'm kind of just not interested in spending too much time on something I'm not gonna be. Is perfect. Korra's okay. I'm not gonna call it. I don't think Avatar is completely perfect. There are little nitpicks and things I would level against Avatar. Well, one nitpick that I would level against Avatar being the solution to defeat Ozai without killing him is it comes out of nowhere and is poorly telegraphed in the story. Now, that there is a solution to non-violently take out Ozai and how he does it, it works and it's thematically consistent and makes sense. It just is poorly telegraphed from a storytelling perspective. That's like my big criticism of Avatar. You know? That's my one like thing I'll level against the show. Do you like the Naruto movies? They're all right. They're all right. I remember going to them in theaters as a kid. The quality kind of declined as they went on. The first one's solid. First one is a solid adaptation of Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. But as it goes on, it's like, they're still fine. None of them are, like, bad. But also, like, It does have a passing resemblance to playing a Zelda game, Yval. I'll give you that. Shard Lizard. Have you heard the trope debate and switch? I've heard the trope bait and switch, but not debate and switch. Which I imagine is like a bait and switch, but with a debate. Or an argument. Right? Voyage of the Dawn Twitter or Pirates of the Caribbean more similar to Wind Waker? Pirates. Pirates is more similar. I would say Pirates of the Caribbean, absolutely. Because Wind Waker is silly. Wind Waker is a little silly. And Pirates of the Caribbean is kind of silly. And, like, Linebeck is not exactly Captain Jack Sparrow, but I could totally see Jack Sparrow isms applied to a live-action version of Linebeck, you know? Yours is Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi is solid and was my favorite for a long time. I think Empire might be my favorite, but Return of the Jedi is super good. It still has my favorite finale in a Star Wars film. Jones was good for being serious character. Yeah. Basically, they gave a villain a valid reason and argument, and then at the last second they threw it away to make him pure evil, undermining the whole point. I see. That's what you're describing as debate and switch. I see. Honestly, that's a kind of a... Yeah. I can see that being a frustration. Okay, I Bat King. Fancy hat, common wings. Items. What do I eat? I don't have anything. Okay, I have an orange to eat. And this to replenish. Poses instant debate, then throw it. Yeah, okay, sure. Moral lessons, while Star Wars say don't... It's... I think the point is more... oh, hello. Yeah, that's not exactly the point. Stories give trauma as a reason for villains to kill people. Okay, I don't mind when trauma is the reason they kill people. I don't like when trauma is an excuse to kill people. There are some series and shows that I've seen that feel like they're trying to make an excuse for them to kill people. Like, it's okay that they're killing people because of their trauma. As opposed to simply saying, this is the way the character is because of their trauma. Like, there's a way to do that, you know? I don't mind explanations. I kind of am against excuses. Honestly, the teachings of the Jedi are also flawed in ways that are, like, not poorly explained, or, like, they don't do a good job of representing why they fumbled the Chosen One. But they fumbled the Chosen One. Okay. Do you think killing people makes sense? Stop them feel... Yeah, I don't mind when the villains make sense. I just don't think it's a good approach to make them justified. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I don't want the villain to be justified. I want the villain to have an explanation. Price down on the thankful statue.
何がいいかな。何を置こうかな。
You can make horrible mistakes without being evil, you know that?
何を置こうかな。何を置こうかな。
Horribly misreading the room or misplacing your priorities isn't evil. It just means you've horribly misplaced your priorities. There are ways you can misplace your priorities that are evil, and those are like your trauma and tragic backstories that are, you know, well, I should probably put one
どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。何がいいかな。
Okay, lots of bat wings, lots of bat wings, lots of bat wings.
どうしようかな。
Yes, I think there is like a balance between human connection and attachment that the Jedi horribly fumble in the prequel trilogy, and that's the point, and they don't make it clear enough that that is the point. You know? I think the movies just do a poor job of telling the great story that's there. The story's good, the storytelling is weak.
買い取ったよ。
I got... You're not supposed to buy...
いくらにしようかな。
Dang it.
ありがとうございました。
Can I skip this? I'm gonna go back. I didn't mean to buy that for... How much for the... They need to be more clear about what's happening.
いらっしゃいませ。
とかよ。
いくらにしようかな。
まあそんなもんか。
ありがとうございました。売れたよ。
Hold on.
いらっしゃいませ。いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。買い取ったよ。こんにちは。ごめんあそばせ。これなんかどうでしょう。
Hold on. I'm gonna restart this stay because I bought something when I sort of... Stop it. Shut up.
ありがとうございました。売れたよ。
Exit the game. Movies aren't inherently attachments.
何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。何を。
That would be like saying...
何がいいかな。何を置こうかな。何がいいかな。何を置こうかな。何を置こうかな。どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。何を置こうかな。
That's a judgment that I am not going to disagree with, but I'm also going to be not pleased about it.
何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。
Okay, let's do this.
何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。何がいいかな。
One,
何がいいかな。
two,
どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。
three.
何がいいかな。どうしようかな。
Anakin stories, the metaphor for why adolescent mental health is really important. I think that's more. I think that's more it. Yeah, I think that's more it. Because when you don't take care of adolescent health, the mental health of adolescent men, they turn into alt-right dictators. That's what it is. Saying the prequels are basically the worst possible series of events and what ifs to lead to a much happier ending. Yes. Qui-Gon lived in episode 1, it would have been fine. So it's called Duel of the Fates. Duel of the Fates is such an excellent, like, movie boss theme. Lego Star Wars Holiday Special. It's probably your second favorite Star Wars parody. I have not seen it. I haven't bothered watching it, honestly. My daughter-in-law asked you to pick this up. Oh, your really cool daughter-in-law with the armor and stuff? Your really cool daughter-in-law with you. Fight Ganondorf or Palpatine. It doesn't matter who wins. Somehow, the other person is going to return. It doesn't matter who wins. Somehow, the opponent is going to return. Because the writers ran out of ideas. Need to help the old pension. See, what can I get this for? Very odd vase, you say. You might like it's only 45 minutes long. I could enjoy it. I don't know. Maybe. What can I help you with? Piece of armor, you say? A chest. Oh, let's go. We have this. How about this? There we go. So you get a game that explains why Ganondorf returned and Palpatine just comes back. Sometimes we don't get the whole game to explain why Ganondorf returned. Okay, the whole game prior usually does. I guess it does. And, like, I can tell that they're trying to backfill an explanation for Palpatine in stuff like The Mandalorian and the Ahsoka show and, like, even Bad Batch. There's a lot of, like, there may be secret, in 3 days. 2 bracelets in 3 days. I'm gonna refuse. You won't be able to pay for them. Saying Skyward Sword explained it. I guess, kinda. But, like, I wish we had a vision for the main villain. At all. Alright, thank you. Most of the time, Ganondorf is just the one from Ocarina of Time. Yeah, most of the time. Most of the time, yeah. There's only 3 games where he's not. There's only 3 games where Ganon's not the Ganon from Ocarina of Time. Breath, Tears, and Triforce Heroes, weirdly enough. Not Triforce Heroes, Four Sword Adventures, the other multiplayer game. Any outstanding orders? No. Rise of Skywalker works. I don't disagree with you there. Very odd vase. But that would make sense. That would be a good decision. And we can't be having that. Disney making good decisions in the year of our Lord 2025? Preposterous. I like your crossing your right shoulder pad. Well, thank you. It's my left shoulder pad. My left. Because it's my offhand, it's my shield arm, so it has the bigger shoulder pauldron. Whereas my right arm, my dominant arm, my sword arm gets the smaller one. But it is on your right. So that makes sense why you would say that. Hello, can I help you with anything? Personally, take it over Skywalker Saga. It's too different from the OG LEGO Star Wars games I've grown up with. Looks great, but it's a mediocre compared to the original. I enjoyed the Skywalker Saga, but you're right. There are things it does differently that aren't as satisfying. I still enjoy it. It's still fun. Imagine if Finn actually did something with the... Yeah, exactly. Too many good ideas that were not used well. Do the Star Wars stuff at Disney World amazingly? I've never been to a Disney World. But, like, I've heard the Star Wars land there is pretty cool.
こんにちは。ごめん遊ばせ。
What would you like to buy? You want food? I got baked yams. It's already acceptable storytelling feature in movie franchises for years.
ほーら。
It's never pleasant. Acceptable is a strong word for it. Regardless of whether it happens all the time or
物の
not.
価値もわからないなんて。いくらにしようかな。そうですわね。ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
売れたよ。いらっしゃいませ。
But then again, Disney's done enough retcon. Oh, shit. Would you sell this to me? Got you. You would like to buy this.
いくらにしようかな。
Star Wars stuff at Disney World makes me like the sequels. Still liked it before. You went. I see. I'm glad you enjoyed the sequels. I'm glad you enjoyed them.
いらっしゃいませ。
Hello there. I want to sell this very quickly.
困ったわね。
Oh, never mind. Got enough prequels, Empire, Imperial recruitments, content to feed you for your entire life. Don't cry, little Star Wars fan. No, you're not gonna pay what they're worth anyway, child.
こんにちは。いくらにしようかな。
I've gotten to a point in the game where I feel like it's going too fast, and I don't. Oh wait, am I buying this? I'm buying this, aren't I? But they have some lazy writing. There are cool things about the sequels that I enjoy. There are definitely cool things about the sequels that are definitely enjoyable. The writing sucks. The characters, for the most part, like, are underutilized or misunderstood. But there are neat things about them, individual scenes that are like, hey, this has Star Wars sauce. Individual, like, visual elements that are like, oh, this has Star Wars sauce.
こんにちは。
What are you looking for? You'll take that.
いくらにしようかな。
What? Okay. That seems fair enough.
売れたよ。
Sold a Batwing.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome.
いくらにしようかな。
That.
わかった。
Thank you. Hey, this slop has Star Wars flavor packets in it. Precisely. Like, the Star Wars flavored stuff in the slop is... It tastes like Star Wars, man. You know? It tastes like Star Wars. It's the cheapest, most watered down Star Wars you could ask for.
どれにしようかな。何がいいかな。
But it's like, it's Star Wars.
何を置こうかな。
About the sequels, how they made people realize how fine the prequels were done for the most part. No, that's Clone Wars.
どうしようかな。
Clone Wars is what made people realize the prequels actually had stuff going on.
いくらにしようかな。 いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。買い取ったよ。いらっしゃいませ。
Hello?
あるんだけど。
いくらにし
You
よう
want
か
to sell that, huh? How about
も
that?
うちょっと高くならない？
いくらにしようかな。
わかったわ。
Thank you.
買ったよ。
I am not making any money.
いらっしゃいませ。
What will Jin have? They'll have. I don't know. We'll find out. Should have been 4 prequel movies and one in between episode 2 and 3.
いいなこれ。
I think the prequel movies could have used. The prequel movies could have used more another rewrite. I think they could have used one more rewrite. Maybe not another movie,
しようかな。
but
いくらにしようかな。
at the very least, a rewrite.
ありがとうございました。売れたよ。
Clone Wars is the top contender for your favorite show.
いらっしゃいませ。
Clone Wars is good stuff for the most
いく
part.
らにしようかな。
What should I pay? You want to pay
ありがとうございました。
of the decade has 4 times over. If what Unk status means what you think, what means what I think you means. 4 times over.
いらっしゃいませ。
What is my favorite TV show? Favorite in general. That is an excellent question. I don't watch a lot of TV shows.
いくらにしようかな。いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。
I do really like Clone Wars. I really like The Mandalorian. Mandalorian's really good.
売れたよ。いらっしゃいませ。
For what it's worth, I really love Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens. I haven't played it, and I honestly am not particularly interested in it, but maybe. I don't have a distinct top 3. It is difficult for me to...
ありがとうございました。売れたよ。
I'm really bad at picking favorites, Yuval.
こんにちは。いくら
Oh, your daughter-in-law, your really cool daughter-in-law asked you to pick that up? She is really cool because this is a very spendy item.
いくらにしようかな。
And I don't know if I can make ends meet this week.
ありがとうございました。
That was really helpful.
売れたよ。
Clone Wars is too long for you. I do think, yeah, I kind of agree. It spins its wheels, and honestly, it's not... It has its episodes that are definitely individually peak Star Wars. But on the whole, the entire thing isn't peak Star Wars. It just has peak Star Wars contained within it. You know? It does have a lot of filler. I agree with that.
開店です。いらっしゃいませ。
Hello. You think I'll like that, huh? Thank you. Honestly, fine with filler as long as it expands on the clones. Honestly, I feel like the stuff that dwells on the clones isn't filler. To me, filler is filler is Mon Cala. The whole arc where they're underwater with the Fish King Prince guy. Like, that whole arc was like, I could do without this arc. This arc's kind of lame. The filler is, why do we need, like, a half dozen episodes dedicated to Jar Jar antics?
いくらにしようかな。
Filler to me feels like the stuff about the clones is the point of the show. Honestly, like, stuff about the clones is peak Clone Wars and some of peak Star Wars. But when it's like
高すぎ。
it's way too much, since when is... Let's go this. 112. How's that sound to you?
そりゃ高いって。
怒らせちゃったか
People would argue the thing with the clones and Yoda is filler. That early episode with the clones and Yoda, where Yoda talks to the clones, like, that is the thesis statement for all the clone stuff that goes on in that show. The one where they go to the planet of the planet with the Toydarians, and Ventress is like offering him things, and Yoda is like Yoda's interaction with the clones in that episode is the thesis statement for what the Clone Wars is all about. Yes, 100% yes. Zelda movie should have practical effects, no questions asked. Now, should it all be practical effects? Should they never use CGI? No. I think CGI has its place. But practical effects wherever possible, yes, please. I would even take, like, puppetry or even stop motion in my Zelda movie. I would love puppetry or stop motion in the Zelda movie. But, like, obviously integrate it with CG, but hell to the yes. It should have practical effects like old Star Wars, like Lord of the Rings, like Neverending Story, you know? Like Jim Henson's The Labyrinth and the Dark Crystal. Yes, it should have practical effects. Absolutely, absolutely. If it keeps the plot moving, then is it filler even? I got a piece of armor. No, that's not armor. Dang it. Pig Ganon should be a mix of practical. Yes, agreed. I totally agree. I want a good mix. I want it to feel like the 80s adventure film we never got.
こういうのが欲しいんだけど。
A treasure, you say? How about this?
ああ。
いくらにしようかな。
参ったな。
いくらにしようかな。
今日は帰るわ。
Uh-huh.
いらっしゃいませ。
You were looking for that, you say? Thank you. Broseph talking passionate about the Zelda movie pipe dream that will never happen because made by Hollywood. I agree. It won't be that way. But guy can dream, can't? Reaction if there was a mural of your VTuber in the Zelda movie along with some other. Why me? Why would it be me? Is the question. I don't think I have I made some good videos. My first video is 400,000 views. That's huge. I'm not denying that my success. But like, I wouldn't be the one picked if they do any Zelda YouTubers. That's for certain sure. And B, honestly, I feel like the fan shoutouts in games like Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's has a huge amount, like a wealth of fan content, and a lot of what makes it what's notable about it is its fan content, and like it was very small scale, very indie, very by fans and for fans. So like that game or that movie being as fan focused as the series is, it makes sense for the movie to honor that. Zelda, I don't think that fits. It doesn't fit about as much as a crossover with Mario leading into Smash Bros. Doesn't fit. You know? Can I make ends meet by just selling stuff to him? Actually, I'm gonna exit and go back to the beginning of the day. Run my shop a couple of times. Needs to not feel like just a reference-heavy movie. I'm not against the references. The references were fun. But it should definitely have... It should definitely have a stronger core story to stand on. And definitely more Luigi. I think the biggest crime the first Mario movie had was it wasn't a Mario and Luigi adventure, and I want a Mario and Luigi adventure in my Mario movie. You know? Hopefully the second one has more of a Mario and Luigi adventure. There we go. I think references are really cool when they're sprinkled on top of a rock-solid story. If they can get the story of the thing locked in, well, how did you tell us place first? A, that would take hours upon hours that I don't have. B, I don't have the knowledge or research or enough people agree with me on enough points to make that rock solid. So I'm not making that video. I might redo the map theory at some point from the bottom up. But not all of Zelda lore ever at all. That's a tall task for anybody, especially someone of where it's just me. Someone else I know is streaming. Go ahead, man. I won't be streaming for too much longer. I might not. If I can't make this payment. That's only like 30 different games, Broseph. Yeah, each of them with several paragraphs worth of lore to discuss and connect. Like, I've seen 7-hour videos founded upon less source material. All the references? I'm a sucker for references. You want a bracelet? Scooby-Doo Monsters Unleashed is a fun film, and I like it more as a Scooby-Doo movie than the first one, frankly. First one's all right. Thank you. Can I help you with anything? Looking for one of those, you say? Can you buy it off me for this much? Because I'm desperate, sure. How about that? Because I'm desperate, you get it for that much. Are there ever any real monsters in Scooby-Doo? From Zombie Island, yes, there are. In Mystery Incorporated, the Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, I believe, yes, there are. There are a couple of different of the movies where, like, there are actual monsters in the story. So there have been several examples. There we go. Pretty much your favorite movie ever by far. So much nostalgia. I have a lot of nostalgia for it too. It's a fun one. I do enjoy it. Is it good? I'll give you this. It's okay.
な。
I'm not a fan of Scooby-Doo per se. I just have enjoyed it in the past. It's a good series. It's a fun time.
いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。買い取ったよ。
Should Link talk in the Zelda movies?
いらっしゃいま
Here's the thing.
せ。これ。
I think it is unreasonable to expect a film to expect that to happen. I don't think it is reasonable to expect Link to never talk in the Zelda movie. Link will talk in the Zelda movie. How much and what he says is a different question and a more interesting balance to have.
ごめんなさい。帰っちゃった。
Yeah. Have you ever watched, Sea Dog, Mad Max Fury Road?
欲しいもんがあるんだけどさ。
Sure.
ありがとうございました。
Yes. He should be a mostly silent protagonist.
あのね。ごめんなさい。
It's not reasonable to have a completely silent protagonist unless you watch Wall-E, but then again there's like a reason Wall-E doesn't talk.
いらっしゃい。
But like only talking when he's needed to, when he needs to, and talking very simple and straight to the point. Now, why? Is it because he's shy? Like Ocarina of Time Link would be like shy and poorly developed and needs his fairy friend to speak for him? Or is it like Breath of the Wild, where he's like, I need to be stoic and in the face of duty? Right? Like, there are multiple ways you could characterize Link's mostly silentness. But it should be there. Boba Fett from Empire Strikes... Exactly. Similar. Exactly. Think for your grandmother treasured. Your grandmother treasured cherries.
いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。買い取ったよ。
Isn't exactly your favorite cartoon per se, but it's your favorite franchise of... Sure, sure. There isn't an individual series that's like your favorite thing ever.
何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。何を置こうかな。何を置こうかな。
That is a difficult task, Yuval.
何がいいかな。どれにしようかな。どれにしようかな。
Especially since, like, a lot of them aren't
何を置こうかな。
very well defined.
何でしょうか。どれにしようかな。
And a lot of them are very, like,
行ってきます。
speculative. Based on... Actually, no. Load game. We're gonna go one more section of
何
sale.
を置こうかな。
One more section here.
何を置こうかな。どうしようかな。回転するよ。
Why do you need me to list it? There's other things.
いらっしゃいま
What would you do with the Zelda movie on Link's map? By Tingle and Broseph. I would flip out. Why did they notice me? That would mean people at either Nintendo or Sony have watched my video. And if people at Nintendo have watched my videos, that is... I don't know how I feel about that. Like, on the one... I would like for them to watch my videos, be like, hey, these are things people care about.
怒らせちゃったかな。
And so maybe that... I don't know.
いらっしゃいませ。
It should just say Tingle. And furthermore, it should just say Tingle in Hylian. Not in English. It should say Tingle in Hylian.
いらっしゃいませ。いくらにしようかな。いくらにしようかな。ありがとうございました。買ったよ。
How many people ask for a
いらっしゃい
book?
ませ。あのね。
Ask you to buy this, you say? I would like to think my map speculation has been better than Tingle's scribblings.
いくらにしようかな。いくらにしようかな。
But Tingle's a better reference than some guy on YouTube. You know?
いらっしゃいませ。
こんなの売ってない？
Sell you a weapon.
これなんかどうでしょう。
違うわね。
Oh, never mind.
いらっしゃいませ。
Okay.
いくらにしようかな。
I can't buy this today.
いくらにしようかな。
Okay. Tingle should not be in the movies as a real character. He could be in the map mentioned by name. Bad for who has to play. I wouldn't. Playing Tingle in live action could be a comedian's dream. I don't know. I think you could do Tingle in the movie. Should he be? It's a mixed thing. But like, to say that you couldn't do a Tingle in live action, I don't know. That seems that you're not. Be brave about it.
いくらにしようかな。
He's only impossible if you aren't brave enough. Danny DeVito's Tingle, he might be a little on the old side. He might be a little on the old side.
セーブします。はい、何ですか？何がいいかな？何がいいかな？何がいいかな？何を買おうかな？どれにしようかな？何がいいかな？
Let's see if selling everything I have gets me the amount of money I need.
どれにしようかな？行ってきます。
Okay, Merchant Guild. I have no inventory.
お疲れ様でした。
This is
今日も頑張りましたね。
I
朝日で仕事をしていきましょう。
uh-huh.
残念ですがお金が足りません。そんな。
Okay. So the cute, courageous heroine was crushed by the cruel bitterness of reality. I might have to end in a box. I think, fellas, this is our canon ending for this game. In order to do better... This must be a joke. Oh, better. I'd say you were in a coma. Tear? Must... What's up? Am I starting over from the beginning? Is this the first day? Day 2.
おはようございます。
Wait a minute. I have a merchant level of 10 here.
行ってきます。
And he's level 22. Interesting. Okay. I am going to switch over to my main screen here, my chatting screen. We've gone too long. We've gone too long. And you know what? As fun as this was to experiment with, I might put it on hold here. I might, or maybe next week. Next week I'm gonna work my way back up to where I was. I'll see if I can work my way back up to where I was off stream timeline wise, while also maintaining my merchant level and upgrading my guys. I think that might be the way to do it. And then we can progress further beyond that next week. I might try it one more time, having in between times worked my way up to this. We'll see what, if I can, like, pay that 200,000. Do a stream, a Sonic stream when you're done with this game. I know exactly what I'm going to play after this. I'm pretty sure I know the next two games. I will take suggestions, but I'm not going to take requests. So, I think we will do one more Recettear stream, but I think I'm going to go through a training arc in between times. I want to give this game one more shot. I want to beat this game. If next time I don't have it figured out, then I'll start something new. That'll just be it. But tomorrow, Zelda Friday, show up to Twitch for Legend of Zelda Master Quest. I've never played that, so I'm going to do that for the first time. Ocarina of Time Master Quest specifically. But aside from that, I'll see you all next week. Have a good one. I'm going to hit you with the ending screen unless you have any objections. And kill everybody.